Good morning, everyone. It is 9:30. It's time to reconvene the public inquiry. Yesterday, we heard the evidence of Dr. Chris Smith, and we heard the evidence in chief of Dr. Chapman, and we started cross-examination. Mr. Humphrey started cross-examination. Mr. Chapman, which we paused overnight. We will continue the cross-examination of Dr. Chapman in a moment. There are some housekeeping matters to deal with first. So, first of all, yesterday a document was submitted from the London Borough of Newham. Mr. Straker, I just wonder if you could talk us through that and what it is and if the other side has seen it.
Of course I can, madam. I'll go loudly, if I may, shout, because I haven't not presently wired up. What this is the need document that was produced for the 2016 application. And in the CD documents as originally drafted, it was included within it. In the CD documents as presently submitted, it's not included within it, although a document is included within it, which is the so-called update that need statement, which references that need statement, but becomes rather incomprehensible unless one's got the prior document. And this is a document which is quite important, I suspect, for the Secretaries of State to see and you to see, because it shows precisely how the need was viewed in 2016 by all relevant parties. And so that's why I've asked that it, so to speak, be restored to the inquiry material. And as I said, the document which presently is there, which deals with the need update, and I haven't got, I'm afraid, as I'm talking, the reference number in my mind, but that refers back to, so it becomes a difficult document to follow unless one's got the prior document. And so that's why I asked for it to be there.
Thank you, Mr. Straker. Mr. Humphreys, did you have any view on that?
Not particularly. It is important to recognise that the need case for what was called the CADUP inquiry was updated and changed, and that was obviously the final document that was used and relied on. But if having the previous version of it assists understanding the updated document, the final document, then obviously I have no particular objection to that.
Thank you.
Just add, if I may, it certainly does, because it expressly, the update document expressly says, in all respects, say those limited matters which we now set out, the prior document remains the position.
Thank you, Mr. Straker. Mr. Hahn, did you have anything that you wish to add? No. Okay, so we will accept the document and Mrs. Vincent will deal with that and make sure it's uploaded and given an appropriate number. Thank you.
Very much, madam.
Thank you. One other thing, so we are expecting Mr. Cryer MP to appear. We understand that he's now appearing virtually and he will be joining around 10:30. So we'll find a convenient moment for him to then make his representation to the inquiry as well. So it's just that matter. Right, I don't have anything else. Do you have anything? Is there anything else anybody would like to raise in terms of housekeeping? Mr. Straker? No. Mr. Humphreys? Just desperate to press on. Mr. Hon? Well, in that matter, Mr. Chapman, thank you for spending the evening in solitude. Sorry about that. Mr. Humphreys, if you would like to continue your cross-examination when you're ready.
Just switch mine on so we can check that we're not going to get the feedback incident.
Yeah, we might. We'll just have to see.
I think we're doing it right so far.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. Thank you. Now we're going to move to built yesterday with various word tag issues in general that appear in sections 2 and 3 of your evidence, and then in section 6, a section that deals with costs of environmental impacts where you monetize things, and you also pick that up in your rebuttal. So we're going to deal next with that, and then we'll come back to some of the things in your section 4 and 5, which were on various forecasting matters. So in your proof, section 6.2, you tell us that the monetization of changes in noise impacts and the holistic presentation of these environmental health impacts is conspicuous by its absence, and this is under the heading of noise, but you would make the same point about carbon, I think. And it's clear, isn't it, in these sections, section 6 and indeed your rebuttal, that the monetization of changes in noise impacts and the monetization of carbon is at the very core of one of your complaints here.
Yes, I think so. Just for context, though, the reason at the time I said that it was conspicuous by its absence is actually when I first came to this writing this proof, I was under the impression that the scheme had a net positive noise impact because of the advances in fleet replacement and improvements. So I was actually initially starting from the position that I was surprised that it wasn't there as a positive balance. Obviously, subsequently having run the analysis and seen other proofs of evidence and things, I've realised that there is a very significant overall negative noise downside. Much more significant, I would argue, than has been seen in other recent airport expansion cases, in which case I've made a bigger point about the noise monetization issue in this case than I have previously, actually.
That obviously depends with what you're comparing with development 2031 case. If you compare it with the without development 2031 case, you get one set of tables. If you compare it with 2019, obviously the countries are smaller daytime consoles. If you compare it with the current contour cap, it's even smaller. So clearly you would understand, wouldn't you, that when you're monetizing these things, what you are monetizing, what the changes is central to that.
Yes, indeed. But my understanding is that what's at stake here is of most importance is the with versus without scenarios, in which in this case I think is in 2031. So what is the impact of this scheme specifically?
Exactly. But firstly, you're not suggesting that either the carbon or the noise impacts have not been assessed in the environmental statement.
No, I mean, they've been assessed
No.
via.
And clearly as part of that assessment, start that evidence later in, I suspect tomorrow. Important to that is an understanding of what comparisons are appropriate. For example, the EIA comparisons with and without, the noise policy statement for England comparisons, because above Lowell, Seoul, and so on. And of course, none of those are fully reflected, are they, in a monetized assessment? You simply can't monetize that type of thing.
Yeah, there's lots of nuance to this that won't be captured in the monetization. That's correct.
And your approach that these types of impacts, noise, for example, to be monetized, presume that I would say that type of approach should apply to many, indeed most planning decisions, nearly all of them, to some extent, balance the benefits and the environmental impacts of particular development.
And no, I think that when you're conducting an appraisal, given that in most cases there's almost limitless things that you could actually analyze, many tiny impacts, you do have to do a process of prioritization and establishing what are the sort of major areas of concern. And then I would focus attention on those. And as I say, in this case, noise is a particularly salient issue, which is why you might go down this route.
And so the inspectors can note that the application of WebTag best practice, even on your approach, is a matter of judgment as to whether or not it is necessary depending on the particular circumstances.
Yes, I think on noise specifically, that there is a line in WebTag about conducting the monetization process when it's a significant impact of the scheme. But yes, it's implicit in WebTag, and not implicit, it's explicit in WebTag at many points that there will be judgments to be made by the appraiser.
Right. Now, 2.12 in your proof, in the middle of that paragraph, so I think it's line 6, you have the sentence, the DOT's WebTag aviation guidance exists to allow for a decision maker, be it the local planning officer, the planning inspectorate, or the Secretary of State, to have sufficient evidence to make a cogent decision about an intervention. Now, in fact, in this case, either the London Borough of Newham nor his role, the Mayor of London, or the Secretary of State, has asked for a monetized WebTag appraisal, have they?
And not that aware of that.
And you then go on in paragraph 6.14 to set out again what you characterize as the broad best practice methodology, and the reference you give us there, CD 3.5.24, that's your, I think it's earlier, isn't it? Report turbulence expected earlier than the one we were looking at yesterday.
Yes, that's our prior, an earlier report we did, which is specifically about the greenhouse gas emissions impacts and
yes. And again, try to look at bits of it if we need to, but the essential point there again is the one that I think we've covered adequately yesterday, that, as you say, at one point, projects or studies that require government approval are expected to make use of this guidance, WebTag guidance, in a manner appropriate for that project or study. So again, what governance expected did was, in effect, pursue the same line of argument as losing altitude.
No, losing altitude and turbulence expected are very different reports. I don't think...
No, they're different reports, but the basic approach that this is a government intervention and therefore WebTag applies was also the argument you were making in turbulence expected.
No, I think you've confused turbulence expected. I don't think that even talks about web tag at all. That's about the economics of aviation.
Well,
So
let's look at turbulence expected. So CD 3.
Sorry, I think maybe I misspoke then. Turbulence expected, yes, that talks about tag, but losing altitude does not.
So turbulence expected, which is what your paragraph 6.14 pointed us to, talks about web tag and the need for it to be applied where projects require government approval. And the simple point I'm making is I cross-examined you on that yesterday.
That's right, yes.
The fact that this is in section 6, we don't need to cover that same ground.
Yeah, let's not go there.
Now, coming then to the particular climate costs in section 6, let's just see what you've done. Again, looking at that, it starts at paragraph 6.9 proof. We can see in 6.13 it references turbulence expected. 6.14 it goes through, that's the reference from turbulence expected that I referred to just now, and at 6.19 introduce table and tell us towards the end of that paragraph. I'm simply trying not to read everything, but towards the end you introduce the table and you say table 1 shows the emissions estimate I've used to calculate the scheme's carbon cost derived from the opponent's documentation. This should not be taken as an endorsement of the underlying emissions, which I've not examined, and that's right, as we agreed yesterday, though Hagan's made it very clear in its statement of case that it's not challenging the estimates, is it?
Yes, I believe that's a fair summary.
And table 1 then sets out those emissions from the environmental statement, and then you monetize that in your table 2, which we find on page 31 of your proof.
Yes.
And just a point before we get into that, you mentioned in your evidence in chief non-NO2 costs. Of course, the issue of non-NO2 costs has been considered, hasn't it, in many inquiries, indeed in the courts right up to the Supreme Court.
Yes.
There are reasons why non-CO2 costs are not quantified on there. We don't understand that, I think.
Well, yes, there are reasons why they are harder to quantify.
For example, one of the non-CO2 effects is contrail. So when an aircraft flies over, it flies through slightly more humid atmosphere, the body temperature reacts to create these little trails that come from the winds you see in the sky. That is a greenhouse gas effect, but it's very temporary. It only lasts for a few hours, and then it dissipates, and it's not cumulative in the atmosphere. Clearly, how one would include an effect that may only last for a few hours is extremely difficult to quantify, and indeed even the Committee on Climate Change says that it's not appropriate to quantify at the moment. That's correct, isn't it?
No, I mean, we risk getting into a big side tangent about that specific point, but I think it's safe to say that that's not quite accurate, because the latest CCC report includes a table which shows a quantified impact of non-CO2. So they obviously think it's possible to quantify. It has a huge range on it, of course. That's very important as well. But they do quantify.
And that is the point. And the advice at the moment, so Ms. Condon dealt with this in her rebuttal of paragraphs 3.6.6, 7 and 8. And we also have Mr. Bashforth's Techno Appendix 2 from Climate Change Expert for us as well, which has a section on non-CO2 effects starting at paragraph 2.3.31. I'm not going to take you to those because you're not a climate change expert, but the inspectors reading that will be able to understand, won't they, why we have not quantified on CO2 effects, but we have, as recommended in the ES and in that appendix, included a qualitative discussion of what those effects are.
It's interesting that you say as recommended, because I assume when you say recommended, you mean recommended in TAG. Is that right?
No, not recommended in TAG. That's what, in effect, the Committee on Climate Change originally advised. That went to the Supreme Court in the Airports National Policy Statement challenge. Right at the end of that decision is the section on climate change, because this argument was taken up, wasn't it, in reference to the Airports National Policy Statement and the position that's been applied in a number of inquiries, including the Bristol inquiry, is that you do not attempt to quantify on CO2 effects. You describe them.
I don't. You'll have to take me to the reference to show me that that's correct. That's not my understanding.
All right. Well, you take me to the reference that you say says that you do have to quantify them.
Well, I don't think I've said that you have to. I think I've said that the correct guidance as per TAG is that you can do a sensitivity analysis if you so choose, using a quantified approach, using the relevant multiplier, which is what I've done. And I don't believe there's any government policy or court ruling that has said that that has contradicted TAG and said that can't be done.
But here again, this is the problem with the use of web tag in these circumstances. Of web tag, if you're considering two options and you apply the same multiplier to non-CO2 costs, or simply comparing like for like two options, that's very different from the situation here where it's a binary yes, no answer. Do we approve? Do we not approve?
I think for me,
that's comparing two options. That's
a complete false flag. We are comparing two options.
One with comparing two options here. The inspectors are making a planning decision. I don't know.
We're comparing between two scenarios. One is a scenario with the intervention and one without. The idea that that's somehow materially different from two different interventions is a false flag.
Have non-CO2 costs been included in any previous planning decision for any airport expansion, so far as you're aware?
I have submitted it in evidence multiple times.
Has the decision included quantified non-CO2?
When you say the decision, do you mean the Secretary of State's decision?
They said, yes, look, there needs to be a quantification of non-CO2 costs, and these need to be monetized, and I've taken this into account.
So, sorry, just to clarify why I'm getting confused when you say decisions. I'm always, because I'm not a planning expert, I'm always a little confused about what document it is you refer to when you say that. So I'm taking it that you're referring to the final decision letter from the Secretary of State on
yes, the decision,
as opposed to the planning inspector's reports.
Well, the planning inspectors will report on what is put before them, but it's the decision whether or not that is taken into account, or rather how it is taken into account. So is there any planning decision you want to point me to, whether it's by the inspectors or planning committee or Secretary of State, that has used non-CO2 costs to quantify and monetize those?
So again, when you say, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be problematic. When you say use, I mean, I've submitted this data to these processes, so the inspectors have had it in front of them. In other cases, the inspectors have then written a report about, which is include commentary on non-CO2. I mean, they've obviously read what I've submitted, so they've used it per se, but the inspector's reports don't then sort of, I don't know, repeat my numbers or whatever. I'm sure the inspectors have taken it into consideration previously, but my argument is that it's a useful piece of information in front of the inquiry.
Look, I'll invite the inspectors to look at that section in the technical appendix and in the ES. This and they can see the various quotes, including what government has said on these things.
I mean, if I could just clarify on this, the fundamental point is that there's a welfare impact from non-CO2 emissions. What we know with very great confidence is that that impact is not zero. And the recommendation as at present from the DFT and TAG is you can do a sensitivity test with a quantification. But there's an interesting distinction here because the source for the multiplier that they use comes from a separate document, which is company reporting guidance from DESNES, originally Bayes. Now, that's guidance on how companies should report their emissions, and it specifically recommends the use of the multiplier. So I find it puzzling that on the one side, we hear that we couldn't possibly use TAG as a reference because that's meant for public decision making. And then we're now being told that the multiplier is not appropriate. And yet the multiplier is in a separate document specifically aimed at company reporting, at the private sector. So I think there's a having your cake and eat it situation going on here, where every guidance document is for some reason is not acceptable.
Was that a point again that you've argued before, including at the Bristol inquiry, that one should apply company reporting?
One should apply company reporting. I don't remember if I made that specifically like that.
Was that also a point that Mr. Hone, on behalf of the objectors at that point, took the High Court to the High Court and Ross?
So again, caveating my knowledge background here, I'm not a legal expert, but my understanding of the ruling in the High Court case was simply that the court wasn't going to intervene on the basis of the absence of the use of the multiplier, which is a very, very different distinction from saying the court was somehow forbidding its use or saying it wasn't useful or it couldn't be applied. It was simply just saying we aren't going to intervene in the planning process as a result of its mission. And of course, that's not surprising because it is only recommended as a sensitivity test, not as a essential file.
Let's try and move incremental carbon costs. One of the points you made to me yesterday was that the November 2023 web tag guidance is different from the November 2022 web tag guidance.
Yes.
And I'm going to take up 3 areas with you where it's different. One is incremental carbon costs. Second is arriving and departing aircraft. Third is displacement.
Yes.
So firstly, incremental carbon costs. You'll need to go back to the November 2023 web tag. You'll need to go, which is CD, inquiry document 13. You need to go in there to paragraph 3.3.3, first bullet point, which is on page 9, going into page 10. That's PDF page 9, going into PDF page 10 as well.
Yes.
Let me know when you've got that.
Yeah, ready whenever you are.
You got it. Again, I'm not going to read everything out, but here it has a section on 3.3.3 greenhouse gases, the first bullet point is talking about the EU ETS and UK ETS. And it goes on at the top of page 10 to say, in accordance with BESNA's guidance on carbon emissions valuation, any changes in emissions should be valued using carbon appraisal values. However, in the traded sector, change in emissions also results in a change in the cost to business of purchasing traded sector permits. Impact of an intervention on the cost of purchasing trading sector permits should already be captured in the calculation in section 3.2.4 as a component of other airline costs. DESNE's guidance therefore requires that the valuation of changes in traded sector emissions included in an additional adjustment to exclude the cost of the traded sector permits and avoid double counting these costs. In other words, if you've already internalized carbon costs based on ETS and applicable, not very much here, CORSIA, your adjustment for carbon is only the incremental increase over what you've already included. DESNE's guidance therefore requires that the valuation of changes in the traded sector emissions include an additional adjustment to include the cost of traded sector permit costs. So you have to discount,
Yes.
otherwise you'll double count.
Yes, indeed. So this can get a little confusing. So can I just quickly speak to it, because I fully understand that it's an easy one to get lost in. So the key point here is that TAG, DFT, DESNES operate a set of carbon values, which is a list of forecasted or future-looking pound per tonne values of a tonne of carbon. And that is a representation of the value to society of a tonne of carbon. The way it's calculated is through essentially aligning the cost of carbon or value of carbon that it would take in society in order to hit our international target obligations, which means it's not a direct representation of, for example, the damages that climate change would cause. It's not a direct monetization of, flooding, other sort of societal damages from carbon, but it is a sort of proxy for that, in the sense that it's saying, well, this is what it's worth to society to avoid that. And those numbers were revised a couple of years ago, and they're now very high. They're plus £300 plus per tonne. While the carbon pricing situation, which varies depending on what emissions you're talking about, is mostly the ETS. The ETS scheme has a current price. I haven't checked it today, but it typically floats currently around 80, 90. I think it peaked at about £100 a tonne and then dropped back down to about 60, £70. That's the actual price in the market for a tonne of carbon that a business might pay. So you can see that in the present moment, businesses are significantly underpaying the value to society of a tonne of carbon. So what in this paragraph the DFT is saying is they're saying in this section here, which is first value them using the carbon appraisal values to the top of the paragraph, the top of page 10. According with DESNE's guidance on carbon evaluation, the change should be valued using the carbon appraisal values. So that's this social value of carbon. And then you should make an adjustment to account for the fact that a proportion of that has been paid for by the sector, or might at a future date be paid for by the sector. Now, I tried to, I sort of had a feeling that might be the direction that the TAG guidance was going, because previously it did already sort of allude to that being their preferred approach, but it wasn't quite so specifically stated as that. So in my table 2 of my proof, that's why I've set out this there's these different components. So it's effectively sort of row 4. There's a box which says traded sector carbon, and in there I've split out of the traded sector emissions, how much of it will be paid for by the sector based on future forecasts, and how much is left essentially unpaid. And just finally, you'll note actually that quite a large chunk of it is paid in that table. I think I'm saying that sort of 75% of the traded costs are paid, and that's on the basis of the Jet Zero forecast that's used by the appellant of what future prices of carbon permit trading prices will be. Now it's a little generous to use that because that's actually not reality. That's just an assumption in the Jet Zero forecast as to where prices might go, but it's used by the appellant in the ticket price assumptions. Therefore, to be consistent, you can argue that it could be removed from the carbon cost. And what's left, which in this case in my table 2 is 134 million, needs to be included actually in the central cost benefit analysis. As I understand the current, the latest form of guidance, we're now saying that this, as I call it, a residual societal impact of carbon needs to go into the social welfare equation, but you can remove the component that's been paid for through permits because it's already represented by ticket prices.
So if we just go to, there are 2 table 2s you need to go to, one in your proof and one in your rebuttal to see what you've done. So the table 2 in your proof, which is on page 31, that's PDF page 31. You set out there various traded and non-traded sector costs, and in the traded sector costs, we can see you've captured 2 sets of figures there, and you've said total traded sector costs 491. And those are based, I think, in part. But those are based in part on, the or there's now appraisal values, I think.
Yes.
And
the 491 is yeah.
And then what you appear to have done in the rebuttal table 2, the table you took us to just now. So let's look at that, the rebuttal table 2. Got climate impacts at the bottom, traded carbon costs appellant. As per appellant, excludes arrivals, non-CO2, and uses incorrect carbon values, minus 6.7.
Sorry, do you mean minus 167?
Sorry, 167. So those are the costs that are embedded, as I understand it.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. So the reason I said that they use the incorrect carbon values is because those were presented by the appellant as the carbon costs, but actually they're the carbon prices in the forecast, not the appraisal values.
Correct.
But yes, they're the component which is sort of assumed paid for by the sector.
We'll come to this because I don't accept that they've been wrongly described. We'll look at it in a moment. What you've then added on top of that in that table is the 149.
Yeah, 491, yes.
Sorry.
But the next one, yeah. Yeah, no, it's
The 491, I apologize. And that figure we know from the table we just looked at is a combination of cost captured by the pricing mechanisms. This is from your proof table 2, which is 356, which is your equivalent figure presented by the appellant doubled to account of inbound flight. So in other words, that's those internalized costs, you've doubled them. Costs not captured by the pricing schemes 134, and that's your 491. So it's very deliberately.
Yeah, so we're back in table 2 now, yes.
So what you've done in your appendix, in your table 2 in the rebuttal, is far from allowing for the internalized carbon costs. You've included the internalized carbon costs, traded carbon costs as per appellant 167. You then added on top of that the carbon costs based on bays without any adjustment for internalized costs. And indeed, the 149 itself includes some of the internalized costs.
So getting a little confused in all these numbers here, but so I'll just explain what I've done in this table as I understand it.
Let's just take it on the stages. Am I right in understanding 167 in table 2 in the rebuttal?
Yeah.
Is our calculation of the traded.
Of the price paid with permits, yeah.
Yes, the price paid for permits. You have added to that the 491 in this table.
No, I haven't done that. No. So this section of the table, maybe my apologies if it wasn't clearly set out. These 3 rows are just sort of presenting different cuts of the data. They're not sort of independent. So the 167 would be included within the 491.
So the 167 is included in the 491.
I was just trying to present sort of different cuts of the carbon pie, if you like.
But the 491, I mean, this is the point, the 491, which we know from the table 2 in your proof, doesn't allow the set-off. It doesn't take into account, it doesn't allow for those internalized costs.
Yeah, that's right.
So the point is you have, as the web tag guidance says, actually double counted.
No, so I mean, in part of it, yes. So let me just explain that.
In part of it, yes, obviously.
Let me explain, please. So first of all, it needs to be understood that the very latest version of tag added all of this detail. We didn't have this version of tag when this analysis was being done. It came out shortly after this was done. I would certainly have slightly redesigned this table if I'd had that in hand to make it a little clearer to understand, and I would be more than happy to submit a note to the inquiry just to tweak that. But actually, the points made are not accepted. So because what matters in this table is the very bottom row where I've actually recalculated the scheme's net present value. So the first recalculation, which is the scheme NPV, including non-traded climate impacts, is in this table, takes just the non-carbon component, the 343 in my table 2, and the traded carbon impacts are not included at all. So that adjusts to that figure, that second bottom row. That's exactly what you're saying. I haven't done, which I have, which is to assume that traded carbon is just completely paid for, done and dusted, and all we're left with is the non-traded, non-carbon emissions, the non-CO2 in that figure. And so that's your kind of, the way I was seeing it when I put this together, that was like the bottom minimum impact. And just to finish, the final number, the minus 669, that's the entire.
That's the one that's wrong, isn't it?
Yes, I agree. Having seen the latest DFT tag, that's probably an over-egged. That's what I mean, as to why I would be happy to update that figure.
If we just
But just to be clear on that, that is the same assumption that was made by Ms. Congdon in.
Absolutely, Ms. Congdon's figure is too conservative as well. So if we go to the relevant table in the environmental statement, the need case, so CD 1.60. And turn to page 85, that's PDF page 89. Sorry, PDF page 90, apologize.
PDF page 90, yeah, I'm there if you, when you're ready.
So she, too, because it was a sensitivity test, she had NPV excluding carbon costs, which was a positive, and then NPV including carbon costs, and the carbon costs were minus 167. In fact, she too should have set off. She too has double.
Yes, exactly. So,
and therefore,
well,
the net present value on her approach would improve.
Well, so there's a different caveat to that though in this case. So yes, from one way of looking at it, it was going to something similar to me in terms of including on that table the traded carbon costs. Both of us can probably remove that from our equations. But what's in mine, in my original proof, but is not presented by Ms. Condon, is of course the bit that's not paid by permits, right? The residual that I just spoke about is not on this table, and according to the latest guidance, now that residual, which I've costed at, what was it, 148 or something, should be in the central cost benefit analysis because it's not paid for by the industry.
The carbon costs in this Condon's figure there, the 169, if one looks at what carbon costs are, so turn in that document page, PDF page 143. So this is the point about the difference between carbon prices and carbon costs.
Yeah.
What she's identified there is carbon costs. On page 138, the actual text, and 143.
Now, what she's identified there is carbon prices.
And what she says there at the bottom, carbon prices, carbon costs, the full range of carbon emissions associated with the proposed amendments, i.e. those relating to additional flights, increased operations, growing surface traffic, have been monetized using the Bayes guidance on carbon valuations. That's not the DFT ETS figures, is it? Those are carbon prices. You can see that on page 120, PDF page 120.
So I'm getting lost now. So I'm currently on 143.
Yes, turn to PDF page 120.
Right.
This is where she describes what carbon prices are. Carbon prices, the forecasts assume passengers will ultimately, via some mechanism, have to pay for the carbon emissions. Effectively, this could be paid for offsetting removals, higher costs associated with alternative zero carbon technologies. In other words, the cost of carbon is internalized in forecasts. Here, the assumptions used have been taken from Jet Zero. That's the ETS figures. And that's difference between carbon costs and carbon prices, which in your paragraph 6.17 you say she's got wrong. She hasn't. She's got it right, hasn't she? That's how you would define those things as well.
So my understanding of the cost benefit analysis table, as shown in table 6.8, is that the 167 is calculated from the Jet Zero price input.
Then that is simply wrong. That's not what she's done. She can talk about that. Let's move on. You've obviously not understood that correctly, and that is the error that you identify, or alleged to identify in your paragraph 6.17. 6.17 in the proof. The appellant has made a further error in their calculation of carbon costs. As input to the carbon cost calculation, the appellant appears to have used the Jet Zero time series carbon prices. As I took you there to the definitions, that's not what she's done.
Okay, I mean, I thought I read something different, but I'm gonna have to go away and read through the document to check that, where I got that impression. But if I have misrepresented it, then my apologies for that.
There's no need to apologise, but we just need to make sure that we've got it.
Yeah.
Let's move on then to another point in web tag, which is different. So this is arriving, departing flights and displacement. We go back to web tag, which is INQ 13. At this time, we go to 3.3.3 again, but we're going to go to what is the fourth main bullet point. It's at the top, or the second one on page 11. I'm looking at the one that starts in principle, the full impact.
Yes, okay, I've got it.
You've got it.
Yeah.
This says, principle, the full impact of transport intervention emissions should be appraised, including impacts on emissions from flights departing or arriving in the UK, as well as wider emission impact. So this is your arriving, departing point. This approach ensures the appraisal accurately reflects the impacts of a UK-specific policy or scheme proposal on UK society. An approach supported by HMT's Green Book Appraisal Guidance, so we're back to the purpose of this in option appraisal. In some circumstances, there may be evidence that a UK policy or scheme has displaced emissions from other geographies or elsewhere within the sector. Where proportionate and possible to do so, these changes in emissions and associated levels of displacement should be considered in the appraisal. So you have in your carbon assessment included arriving and departing passengers, flights. But what you've not done, which it's telling you should do here, an important part of your case, is then take into account displacement. In other words, if an aircraft doesn't go from London City, but instead goes from Stansted, there is no reduction, equivalent distance, there's no net reduction in carbon. Now, that, as I understand it, is the latest guidance is not reflected in your calculations.
So, I mean, my point on this is very simple. I am not.
Is it reflected in your calculations?
Is displacement reflected? No. And the reason it's not reflected is because I'm unfortunately not in a position to do a full displacement assessment within the resource that I have. And therefore, I have to rely on what the appellant has done. And the appellant's assumption is that there is no displacement. So I've just relied on that assumption.
Well, the appellant's assumption is not that there is no displacement. We'll come to that slightly later when we look at it in context of socioeconomics. But it's clear when you look at the analysis, including, for example, the analysis of safe travel costs, that the appellant does accept that if capacity was not available here, there would be some displacement. That's not controversial at all.
But there's a clear statement.
Well, we'll come to it. That's in the appendix there, and we'll come to that a little bit later. I will come back to it.
Well, why don't we go to it now? Because otherwise I might forget the point.
This is your paragraph 5.6.
So I'm looking at page 136 of the need case.
Yeah, I haven't taken you there. Look at your paragraph 5.6.
Okay.
Which says, the appellant contradicts themselves with regard to displacement. The methodology describes a wider economic impact. We're not talking about wider economic impacts. Requires assessment of the next best alternative to completing the same journey. So the next best alternative clearly is talking about an alternative flight. Let's go to CD 160 Appendix A, page 136. So that's in that document. So CD 1.60, PDF page 141. It's item number 4. It's talking about economic impacts. Obviously, this content can describe the difference between economic impacts and carbon impacts and other types of impacts. What it says is the operational economic impacts presented are in gross terms. In other words, they've not been adjusted for displacement, either in terms of displacement of passengers or growth factor displacement from other sectors of the economy, in terms of displacement of activity from other airports. This is talking about whether providing employment at London City Airport is taking employment, not displacing employment too, but taking employment from other locations. That's quite different, isn't it, from a point about whether or not, if you don't provide capacity here, passengers will go to the airports. Completely different point.
No, I don't think that's just the flip side of the same coin, isn't it? I mean, we're talking about the fundamental question is, if City Airport doesn't expand, would these planes just fly from Stansted instead? And the point here is very clear in the middle of paragraph 4. In terms of displacement of activity from other airports, this is considered to be negligible in the context of capacity constraints. So the idea is that there won't be passenger switching between airports. Therefore, we would assume that the jobs that are created are new, and we would assume that the flights that are created are new as well.
That's not what that means at all. And that is the only basis, the only reference that you give the inspectors for why you say you don't think there would be any displacement. That is the only one, isn't it?
Yes,
Or
because it's very
interpretation
clearly
of from, meaning to. Is there any other reference you want to give me for why you say we do not consider that if flights were, the airport was not expanded, that no passengers would go elsewhere?
that's implicit in that paragraph. But I just don't understand the point. Look, there's no difference in from
Look
and
in that
to.
same document, slightly further down, look at paragraph 11, which is again just talking about some of the economic things. 11, first, journey time savings. The impact on passengers' travel times from the proposed amendments has been considered based on demand forecasts, CA passenger surveys, travel times derived from Google Maps, TfL journey panel, etc. The analysis considers the travel time for a passenger to LCY compared to the travel time for the next most popular alternative airport for the given passenger segment for that route in question. In other words, it's implicit, it's part of the economic calculation that if the passenger didn't go to LCY, they would be displaced to the next most popular alternative airport.
Exactly. I mean, which is the very heart of my. Can I finish? The very heart, one of the key points in my proof is that's completely inconsistent. On the one hand, you're saying there won't be any displacement. And on the other hand, you're saying there's going to be travel time savings, which is fundamentally dependent on displacement.
Well,
so I've said throughout, said in my main evidence yesterday, that it is completely inconsistent and a consistent approach is needed.
yes.
Is there displacement between airports or not?
You have said that, and you're completely wrong. It's clear that we have taken account of displacement. Our argument on economic displacement is simply that this is a deprived area. Come back to that. But so we've examined there, your one section in your evidence where you say that we entirely discount displacement, you were talking about the web tag guidance. You say would be displacement. We have, as is implicit in what I told you, accepted that there would be some displacement. Some passengers would go to other airports. That, in terms of carbon, would be another thing that ought to be taken into account. It's another reason why your figures are wrong, isn't it?
So, first of all, I mean, no, I don't believe them to be wrong for the context that they've been used in. The appellant has presented a carbon cost of their own, and that could equally have been processed through a displacement estimate, but was not. I mean, the same point you're making to me right now can be put to misconduct. And the answer to that is clearly that a comprehensive displacement assessment has not been conducted, and therefore it was not possible to make that adjustment. So you could say, well, in this case, it's a worst case scenario assumption. Fine, that's fine. And the appellant is welcome to submit a displacement assessment to suggest what they think the production of actually new emissions, new flights would be. I'm not in a position with the resource that I have and the responsibility I have to this inquiry to be able to do that assessment. And therefore, I've based my assessment on what's available to me. And what's available to me is the emissions in the environmental impact statement, impact assessment, and a clear statement to me here that in terms of displacement of activity from other airports, this is considered to be negligible.
Yes.
That could not be clearer. Now, if you're saying that relates specifically to employment, then fine. But generally speaking, employment will align with where the flights are. If the passengers move to another location, that will require more jobs at that location and more planes and therefore more emissions. Displacement, generally speaking, is consistent across areas.
Dr. Chapman, it's not a criticism, but this is why a web tag appraisal and indeed your web tag figures just aren't very useful for the reasons you've described. They don't and they can't take into account all of these subtleties. For the very reasons you've given.
I completely disagree.
Well, they don't.
Actually, the evidence is that
Dr. Chapman, you do need to wait for a question. For the reasons you have just described, your assessment doesn't take into account displacement, and that the inspectors need to note is obviously a shortcoming or a weakness in the figures. Not a criticism. They need to note it.
Yes, they do. However, I would note that at the headline level, I generally agree with Ms. Congdon that displacement is likely to be very low. And particularly when we look at the international network of aeroplanes, the displacement tends to be low when we know that, because internationally, air travel emissions have been growing rapidly at 4 to 5% per year for the past couple of decades. Now, if every time an airport expanded, planes were just moved around, displaced, there would be no growth. There wouldn't be net growth, but there is significant growth.
When you say that growth in carbon, are you talking about overall internationally or within the UK?
Yeah, I'm talking about internationally because...
Not within the UK, because
that's right.
There, carbon has remained within the old 37.5 megaton.
But obviously, as planes get moved around,
consumption has did.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
So in the UK, there hasn't been this continued growth in carbon.
But obviously the airlines in question are all international airlines with multiple destinations and networks around the world. And if it was true to say that when an airport expanded and capacity grew, that there was just displacement of those planes, they weren't new planes, then we wouldn't see international aviation emissions growth, but we do.
Let's just touch briefly then on monetizing noise effects, because there, again, we say your figures are just simply wrong. So in your rebuttal, you have a section on the economic impacts of noise. And in paragraph 1.12, that's page 3 of the rebuttal. When you've got Are you there?
Sorry, Mr. Humphries, just whilst Mr. Chapman finds his page. We have now
Sorry.
spent nearly an hour continuing cross-examination. Could we just flag up time-wise, please, that we have a lot to get through? I'm not suggesting that you rush, but just in terms of timings.
Yes, and we would have been
Mindful.
fairly close to the end because the sections in Dr. Chapman's evidence on is section 4 and 5 in the proof are very, very brief indeed, and as was made clear in one of the paragraphs I read out yesterday wasn't the main focus of his evidence, but actually we had an hour and 25 minutes of evidence in chief of those very few pages with lots of new stuff, which sadly I do need to cover. So we will be, I'm afraid, a little bit longer, and I apologise for that. I also couldn't have anticipated that. Just monetizing noise effects again, let's just see if we can take it quickly. What you say there is, as inputs to the model, I've used the tables you give them from the noise and vibration chapter of the ES. The values are expressed in a range of 0.1 to 1.9 dB. You've assumed that this results in relevant population moving up one noise band in the tag noise workbook. And the tag noise workbook works in 1 dB bands, isn't it? It's an Excel spreadsheet, you can download it. It has 1 dB bands. So you made this assumption that although in the ES things were presented in 2 dB bands, that the changes would move the assessment by 1 band, and that's what you've input to your rebuttal noise assessment.
Yes, this is a simplifying assumption.
In fact, we know from Appendix 1 to Mr. Greer's proof of evidence that in fact that is not the case. The daytime noise figures, although reported at 0.1 to 1.9, in fact, nearly all the changes were 1 dB or less, i.e. they'd have stayed in the same band, and the very few that were more than 1 dB, in fact, are beneficial. They're reductions of more than 1 dB. Now, you obviously didn't know that at the time you read your evidence, although this is actually the rebuttal, but do you accept that if that assumption that you made is wrong, then your table 1 in your rebuttal, those figures would be wrong?
I think it'd be a lot easier to do this with reference to the relevant table in the noise chapter.
So if you go in the noise chapters, so it's Mr. Greer's Appendix 1, so his main proof of evidence, Appendix 1. We start on page 8. We're looking for changes above, above flow, above. So you can see if you go to table 1, looking for noises above soul, aren't we? So you can see there in that first table, it's 0, 0, the underlined figures there. Table 2, it's 0, 0, the underlined
Sorry,
numbers.
well, you're going to need to help me out with the PDF page and table numbers.
I'm so sorry, I meant to do that. That's completely my fault. Apologies for that. It's PDF page 8.
It's the appendice that's inside the proof rather than the appendices of proof of evidence, isn't it?
I've got it electronically. I believe it's inside the proof.
Because there's on the portal, there's two.
Yeah, I've got it as APP -2A-1. That's just how it's appeared. Oh,
You guys getting that?
app 2B1, would that be?
Yeah, okay. So table number, what, sorry?
Well, it's a series of tables in section 4.2. They're all comparing things in different years. The only table for above the significant observed adverse effect level, where there's a change in the 1 to 2.9 band. It's table 4, which is the 6, 7, 50, which is beneficial. In the
So my problem.
The other figures in these tables are all within 1 dB difference. What you had assumed was that they were all over 1 dB. That's
No, that's not what I'd assumed.
Well, it is what you've assumed.
No,
I've
it's
seen
not.
the WebTag Excel spreadsheet.
If you could let me explain. So if you're just going back to my proof briefly, my rebuttal, sorry.
It's 1.12 rebuttal.
So if you move from a band 51 to 52 to 52 to 53, then it doesn't necessarily require a 1 decibel change. So if you're currently receiving 51.9 and you move to 52.1, the change is only a 0.2, but you move up a band.
But you assume that the figures, therefore the monetized values, assume that everything moves 1 band.
Everything moves 1 band, yeah, which would require on average.
And that is, to rightly say, an assumption. And you have no evidence whatsoever for that assumption. And the only data that we have got indicates that the changes are actually small.
No, so if you look at table 9 on the same, going back to the appendix of the noise document, and you look at the adverse effects, you see that this table, which relates to the weekend, has 159,000 people in the 1 to 2.9 category, and at the LOA.
Yes, but
so there's a very large number of people in the 1 to 2.9 who could see a much larger change.
Does the WebTag Excel table use weekend only data?
If I remember rightly, it has 2 sections. It has no, maybe not weekend. No, I think it has nighttime and daytime.
Doesn't have weekend, so that's a bad point. Is there any other point you want to draw attention to?
It's not a bad point. I mean, the point is that there are simplifying assumptions, no doubt about that. The WebTag document has a daytime and nighttime. If we can compare here, we assume weekend daytime and daytime. You see a weekday. You see weekday, you're right, it's 0.1. Most of them are 0.1 to 0.9. But then weekend, most of them are 1 to 2.9. So it could be as much as a 2.9, which would potentially move you 3 bands up in the tag data set.
Dr. Chapman, all you're doing is re-emphasizing to the inspectors how.
Just going to say, can you turn your mics off and on again, because the feedback is getting worse? So just maybe that will help.
Dr. Chapman, all you're doing is emphasizing to the inspectors how trying to monetize these things in WebTag is A, fraught with difficulties, and B, frankly, not very useful.
No, I completely disagree. I think the web tag document is a well-established tool that is used widely across transport appraisal. It does involve some simplifying assumptions, as every model does. My assumption that it moves up one level is a fair assumption given the data. And if the appellant disagrees with that, they're more than welcome to submit their own alternative assessment.
Dr. Chapman, as you know, the appellant doesn't think it's appropriate for doing this in the first place. Let's move on now to business passengers. And this is your section 4. And you tell us in paragraph 4.1, which is on page 15, that a key uncertainty which has not been adequately addressed by the appellant is the way in which travel for business purposes will develop following the pandemic. And you then point us to table E6, which you took us to yesterday and we'll come to.
I'm on page 15. My proof, yeah.
Thank you. And you identify this, as you rightly say, they identify it as an uncertainty, but the inspectors need to note that there is no alternative forecast of business passengers.
I mean, there is no fully worked out one, but my forecast is that there will be none, resulting no additional business passengers from this expansion.
If we look at the case in which table G6 comes, and turn to that, so that's table CD 1.60. We turn to page 114, PDF page 119. Let you get on, but just let me know when.
Yes, on that.
It tells us that although the model uses the DFT elasticities, these have been applied within a Monte Carlo simulation approach to consider the potential impacts of varying assumptions about future economic growth, fuel prices and carbon costs, taking into account uncertainty in the rise and the risk, to define the potential range of future growth rates of air travel demand within the catchment area. That is what Monte Carlo modeling is. And it then goes on in paragraph 16 to identify key transport demand drivers. Those as we go past. And paragraph 17 says the assumptions and probabilities assigned to different scenarios set out in tables D3 to D5. And so what's been something's fed into the Monte Carlo modeling is UK GDP growth figures from the Office of Business Responsibility, D4 overseas growth, again, OECD and York Aviation, other demand assumptions, so the ETS prices, CORSIA prices, and oil prices. And what we get there is on table 123, PDF page 123, actual page 118, table D6. And what D6 shows us are the growth rates, the output from the Monte Carlo modeling. So we've fed in the growth rates and the various other things. We've looked at the DFT zone elasticities, used them in a Monte Carlo model to allow for uncertainty and variability about that. Now, although you say you just don't believe it, you haven't actually produced any alternative, and those are what the modelling shows, and you have no evidence to say that that is wrong?
No, that's not correct. As I set out yesterday, if you look here at what the projection would be for 2023, where the data is now, it's miles off where we actually are. That's pretty good evidence that this is completely wrong.
But this is looking at the long-term growth rates to get us to 2031 and indeed beyond. Obviously, we're not forecasting for 2023. That's not used in the various environmental and other analyses, is it? 2024, 2023 aren't forecast years that are used in any respect. It's what we've been looking at is the forecast.
No, but as was said yesterday by Dr. Smith, the launch year of your forecasts is vitally important. So, because if you were to apply, let's say, looking at the foreign business column here, the 1.5% growth rate, if you were to apply 1.5% growth from a baseline of minus 30%, it would take you a very long time to get a single additional increase. So you could go 15 years and not get a single additional passenger. But if you start from the baseline that is in here, which is assuming incorrectly that in 2023, we're already at net growth versus 2019, which we are not even close, you then apply growth incrementally up from that position. You're just amplifying your error. You're just compounding your error over and over again until you're wildly wrong in 2035.
That's why forecasts also produced a faster and slower growth forecast. Slower growth being less optimistic assumptions. And what these are the applied growth rates for the core case. In other words, the central assumption.
So my understanding is that those two growth cases do not control for the structural shift in demand, which would have significantly reduced your start point.
And then next point in relation to this is INQ10. So that's your business leisure share table. And within that has three tables. And your point on business passengers is table 2. And the essential point that you make is that this shows higher business passenger percentage in the with development case. It does show, and you say this is counterintuitive because you would normally expect the business to displace price out leisure. But of course, what the point you've missed that Ms. Condon can explain is that in the without development case, the network of destinations does not expand. In the with development case, there are more new destinations. In other words, there are more places that business passengers will want to fly to. It's in that context that you end up with actually a higher growth rate of business, and you've just not recognized that because you're not an airport forecaster.
I mean, no, as I pointed to yesterday, the DfT clearly highlight that if there is meaningful business demand for a route, it will be put on by the airlines. The airlines will put that route on for them because they're willing to pay more for it.
Yes.
So when you've got constrained capacity, you should see higher business demand, not lower.
But that implies that there's limitless demand to Frankfurt or one particular location. What forecasting has assumed is that is not the case, that the growth is driven by new destinations. And that's just not a matter within your expertise.
I know, I don't have, Dr. Smith's 50 years in this sector, but I still think I have enough experience to comment on this. I've done a fair few aviation reports in the last few years. The simple point is that this application talks a lot about generating new leisure routes. We heard yesterday from BA City Flyer chief executive, or I can't remember exactly what his role was, but someone key, talking about opening up leisure routes. That typically is going to mean a new route to the Spanish islands or somewhere else. There isn't any business demand for those routes.
Let's move on. I'm trying to make progress. Your next section in these parts of your proof, section 4 is on the economic impact of business and leisure travellers. And 2 points I need to take up with you. So this is a section in your proof that starts at page 16. And at 463, you point us to 463, which is on that page. You point us to CD 5 at 3.5.11, page 30, and this is from your document Losing Altitude, and it's the table. So
yes,
we look at that CD of 3.5.11, page 30. Remember you took us to this yesterday.
yes,
And what this is showing, as we can see, is business air trips, £1 million GDP over time. What the graph shows post sort of 2008, 9 and so on, is that actually fewer and fewer business trips are now needed per £1 million. In other words, the value of each business trip is going up, isn't it? They're becoming more productive.
no, or that. Well, I mean, it's speculation to some extent, but the point is that the economy may just no longer require those business trips.
No. You completely misunderstood. What it's saying is back in 2007, you needed just over 7 business trips to generate £1 million of GDP. By 2019, you only now need 6 business trips to generate that. In other words, business trips have become more productive, and that's a huge incentive, isn't it, for people to make more business trips?
No, that's not how you can read this graph. This graph is a correlation, not a causation. So this is not saying that business trips have generated this amount of GDP. This graph is just showing the correlation. It's showing that the overall intensity of business travel in the economy was rising and now it's falling. It may well be, there's no causation in this graph, it's a correlation, right? It may well be that is declining because there is simply no need for business trips. Not to say that you need X number to be able to cause GDP. You don't.
Dr. Chapman, that's your boss. But we can all see what the figures say. The figures are telling us that you need now fewer business trips to generate.
No, they're not. That is not showing this. That is an incorrect interpretation of causation. This is a correlation graph. You cannot determine causation from this. This is just talking about simply what is the number that are taken in the economy. It is much more likely that we're seeing a decline because a large number of businesses just don't need to fly, and they can create the productivity, create the GDP using digital communication.
But the very fact that you describe that as being something that is more likely means that you obviously even yourself don't know.
No, indeed. But with all correlation graphs, we have to do some speculation for sure.
Right. But the inspector needs to understand that your interpretation is your speculation.
This is simply a point, as I used it, to say that the relationship as calculated over 1980 to 2010 simply cannot still stand. It needs to be recalculated if it's going to be used. Who knows? Maybe if that was done responsibly, maybe it would result in a still positive outcome, but it needs to be redone.
And then in your paragraph in the proof, 465, just the other companies touch on a couple of important points. 4.6.5 in your proof, you talk about air transport and growth again, impacts appear strongest in areas where net recipients of tourism spending by business travel is facilitated. In the UK, where there's heavy tourism spending deficit, the demand for business travel is diminishing. And I just want to deal with this tourism deficit point. And again, you point us to losing altitude. And I don't think I need to tell you, but I think reference and losing altitude, it's CV3.5.11, PDF page 11. It's that table you have of spending pattern.
Yeah, it's a graph, but yeah.
Yeah, and figure 2. And what it shows is that UK residents spend more abroad than foreign residents spend in the UK.
Yes.
That's data that is all. And this is what takes us to IMQ10, table 3, which you went through with us yesterday. This is where you show that more people leave the country on various trips than come to the country.
Yes.
And this is the point in effect that this spending is bad for UK balance of payments. But you know, this is well-travelled ground.
Yeah.
There is no UK government policy, is there, to prevent UK residents leaving the country in order to improve our balance of payments. UK residents actually like taking holidays. It's a benefit to them. We're a relatively wealthy country and we can afford to buy this.
Yeah.
So there's no government policy to stop this, is it, in order to improve balance of payments?
My point was simply just that it's worth bearing in mind when the appellant is making a big point around the overall benefit of inbound tourism, that we should have in mind that there is another side to that coin. And that might be a relevant consideration when weighing up overall benefits and costs of the scheme.
Okay. Last very few points then. Your section 5, employment. And this is where page 19, section 5, deal with displacement and study areas. And this is the point I said I would be coming to, and we therefore dealt with some points of this. But at 5.1, say the appellant fails to differentiate between local and national benefits. For example, they argue correctly that the expansion will create some additional local jobs, but fail to acknowledge that many of these are likely to be filled by people moving from other jobs. But clearly, if someone has moved from another job to an MCY job because they think the job at London City Airport is better, A, that's good for them as an individual, otherwise they wouldn't be a member. But B, that also releases that other job for someone else to fill, isn't it?
Yes, indeed.
And therefore there is, at that local level, net economic benefit.
I don't think I've disputed that there is some local benefit, yes. But the job of creating jobs at the national level is a whole other question, because there's lots of circularity. Someone else fills that job, someone fills that job, and in the end, you may not end up with net additional jobs.
Yes.
Actually, what a key point about losing altitude is that there has been no growth in air transport jobs in the UK, net overall growth since 2007.
Yeah.
There hasn't been any addition of jobs to the network, to the overall sector.
No, but that's largely because of productivity increases. That's a good thing, isn't it?
Well, that's all a value judgment. I don't see it that way. I think,
but
you wouldn't. The people who lost those jobs wouldn't see it that way.
In terms of local jobs, firstly, touched on it with Dr. Smith yesterday when I took him to the officer's report, saying that in terms of his benefits, it's in accordance with the local plan policy. Seeks, let's look at it just very briefly. CD 3.4.1 a new local plan. It's policy J1, which is on PDF page 113, and the actual page 113. One of the points here that in matter of policy set out as a strategic principle is that it seeks to realise the benefits of the borough's connectivity, international profile, and existing emerging sectoral strengths to supply diversified land infrastructure, premises, successful places capable of attracting investment in growth sectors, supporting existing businesses, facilitating continued diversification of the economy, promote employment, industry, logistics, and you're not the plan, so I won't take to lots of things. But clearly, the London Borough of Newham welcomes these jobs. It's actually in accordance with policy, isn't it?
Yes, but the point that I didn't explain as well as I should have done yesterday is that there will be some of the jobs that are displaced from within the borough. So the Ms. Condon and I had an exchange about the number of jobs that will be created. I pointed out that it seemed like the larger airport was producing a particularly high level of jobs compared to the number of passengers, when you would normally expect that to reduce. As an airport gets bigger, you would see returns to scale and see fewer jobs as a result of a larger airport. Ms. Condon came back to me and said the reason she agreed that that would normally be the case, you would normally see efficiency improvements and therefore fewer jobs per passenger. But in this case, a large number of the jobs were going to be created in hospitality and retail. And hospitality and retail jobs are very big candidates for displacement. So to put that in simplified terms, if a passenger is on the way to the airport, gets to the airport and buys a coffee, we heard yesterday about that, someone talking about the jobs in producing coffee at one of the hotels, that creates a job. But if that individual lives within the catchment area and they didn't fly via London City that day, they probably would also buy a coffee on the way to work. And as a result, all you've done is move the location of that coffee from whatever it is, the high street, into the airport. Therefore, any job associated with providing that coffee is also not newly created. So in the retail and hospitality sector, it's highly likely that a lot of the jobs that have been claimed to be created as new here are actually displaced and are likely to even be displaced within the study area, and therefore not to meet this objective or strategic priority of the borough in creating useful new jobs.
Yes, but Dr. Chapman, this, it's a line come up with Paul, but this is the absolute policy of despair, isn't it? This is, you never bother to create any job because you'll just be taking a job from somewhere else. You never do anything because at a national level doesn't improve anything. This is an area, I think you accept, where there are very high levels of deprivation.
Yes. So I don't agree that it's a position of despair. I think it's just a reason to focus on high productivity industries, industries that are producing good quality employment and like. And for me, quality of employment is a much bigger priority than quantity. And that's where we should be focusing our attention.
We can see the levels of deprivation in a number of different places. What I'm going to do is inspect the cross-reference to one, but then take us to another. They're just different plans. So we can see it in the environmental statement, CD 1.14, PDF page 22, figure 7.2. But I was going to take you to the London plan as another one. So let's look at the London plan figures, and that's CD 3.3.1, figure 2.19, and that's PDF page 150, actual page 100. This one shows strategic areas for regeneration based on the 20% most deprived.
I'm so sorry, I've not managed to find
So
that.
sorry. I thought
3.3.1, London Plan, PDF page 100.
PDF, but PDF page 115. I'm very conscious it's much
Sorry.
easier for the person asking the questions to go to the documents.
115, did we say? Sorry.
So just tell me.
We got that one.
So it should be, it's a strategic area for regeneration and that.
Actual page 100.
New and local plans for 2018.
Oh, sorry. London.
London plan, sorry.
Don't worry. Take the time.
Just while we do this, Mr. Humphries, you've had 30 minutes extra. So we're almost finished. Thank you.
Yep, I'm there, sorry. Yeah. The regeneration figure.
What we can see there, contrary to the slight impression you gave on a slide about unemployment figures being based on the 2012, 2011 census, that actually, Mr. Bashworth can talk about this. This is a hugely and remains a hugely deprived area with elevated levels of unemployment. And I don't think you'll disagree with that.
Proportionately higher levels, yes. But that's only one minor factor related to what is causing deprivation in this area.
Well, you say it's only one minor factor. It's a pretty major factor for the people involved. And if we were to look in again the London Plan at PDF page 497.
PDF 497. That's the big document in there.
497. You get there a table on that page which is showing different sub-districts within about 3/4 of the way down that particular page, and the right-hand column is strategic area for regeneration, and all these areas, Canning Town, East Beckton, Forest Gate, Greenstein, Ewell, areas immediately around the airport, are all, yes, strategic areas for regeneration. There's no serious doubt, is it, that there are very serious socioeconomic deprivation.
No, I'm certainly not contesting that. But what I'm saying is that a few jobs isn't going to solve that. The majority of poverty is in work poverty in modern Britain, and having 200,000 additional people suffering the noise is going to exacerbate deprivation. The quality of the local environment matters to deprivation. It's not just about jobs.
But you accept that the jobs are a benefit for those who haven't got them.
Yes, but the number of unemployed people in the borough has halved in the last few years, and there's still deprivation.
Well, I'm not sure that we accept those figures, but as I say, I'll get Mr. Bashworth to talk about that. Dr. Chapman, thank you for bearing with me, madam. I apologise for going on with it. That's a large part doing these sort of extra points, but thank you. That's it.
Mr. Hunt, do you have a time estimate in terms of your re-examination, if any?
Yes. I have 4 questions.
Okay, well, I think Mr. Chapman, are you happy to do re-examination and then be released, or would you like a break?
No, let's crack on. But there are a couple of points arising that I may want to submit like a 1-page note on at a later date. Is that okay? Yeah.
Let's see. Look, you might find that your
Yeah.
Not self-covers though.
Yes, I was going to say if more things are going to be put in, obviously I assume we would have the ability to respond to that if we need to. I don't know what's going to be put in. So.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chapman. Good morning. You were asked some questions today about turbulence expected.
Yes.
And about its approach based on web tag. And you and Mr. Humphreys agreed that you wouldn't revisit the territory you went over yesterday in relation to web tag. The position that you reached with Mr. Humphreys yesterday, and the answer that you gave to one of his questions, was that even if one disagrees that web tag is required, because the decision is not a government intervention, your position is it is best practice and helpful for planning decisions. How, if at all, is that relevant to what the inspectors can glean from the turbulence expected report?
The turbulence expected report stands alone without web tag. It isn't some sort of web tag linked report. I think we do talk about good practice when it comes to measuring emissions of schemes and how you might cost those emissions. I think we look at different ways of doing it, including ways that are not the standard tag approach and some that are. I risk becoming far too sort of dragged down into this tag debate. There are much wider established methods of understanding and monetizing environmental impacts in academic literature and beyond that we were basing a lot of that analysis on. The entire world doesn't necessarily revolve around web tag.
Then today you were asked a number of questions about displacement relating to first carbon. And based on the web tag guidance, the most recent one, the 2023 one, it was put to you that you should have factored in displacement. There was a discussion, and then it was put to you that this is why web tag is not very useful because it can't take into account the subtleties. So my follow-on question is, had the appellant followed the 2023 web tag guidance, could displacement have been assessed and factored into the appellant's analysis?
Yes.
And so in terms of whether web tag is or isn't useful to inquiry assessment, what is your view?
It's most certainly useful.
Then you were asked a number of points about noise, and there was a debate between you and Mr. Humphreys about the banding. That's what I was discussing with my learner junior, who's going to be asking all the questions about noise. Everybody will be relieved to know that I'm not going to ask loads of questions based on Mr. Greer's evidence, but we will make submissions on what that evidence means in terms of the web tag banding, what actually happened. I think the easiest way I can take it is this. It was put to you that a lot of nuance won't be captured in the monetization of noise. Why then do you say that it is still helpful to the inspectors to do the analysis and take it into account?
Any modelling approach is imperfect and will always miss some smaller parts of nuance, but the approach is well established. The data is relatively good quality. Any inconsistencies, as mentioned, between the banding I've assessed will likely smooth out within the model, and we will be left with an estimate which is, while not accurate to the nearest pound, is going to give an order of magnitude estimate or rough guide as to what the monetized value of the noise costs are, which is the DFT's view on what, for example, the health cost is through heart attack or stroke, and the amenity value losses, which is the amenity of the local area, which of course affects businesses, and that is a useful piece of information when weighing up against other financial benefits to the area, as reported elsewhere in the case, and understanding proportionality. And in this case, the proportions are very significant. The Gatwick Airport assessment for a much larger expansion of, I think, 12 to 14 million passengers, I forget which, monetized noise, and only arrived at £9 million as a cost. We're talking about 200 here. That's obviously because of the surrounding area being deep urban area, far more people negatively affected. I'm not standing by that Gatwick number. I haven't gone through the detail of it, but that's just what it says in the assessment. And as an aside to that, clearly the consultants on behalf of Gatwick Airport saw it as a valuable and useful process, despite being smaller. And those consultants have also seen TAG more broadly as a useful process and have followed it as a guide in doing their cost-benefit analysis.
Super. Then finally, you were asked about deprivation. Mr. Humphreys mentioned two documents. He took you to the London plan. The other document he mentioned was CD 1.14. That's the socioeconomic chapter. This is my last question. Can we just dig out that document, please? You did go to it yesterday, so maybe you still got it. CD 1.14, the socioeconomic chapter. In PDF, page 22, hard copy, page 20, you see there figure 7.2, levels of deprivation in the local area. And you see below that table, and that's an index of multiple deprivation table, you see below that table 7.5.33, the income deprivation domain measures the proportion of the population in an area experiencing deprivation relating to low income. The definition of low income used includes both those people that are out of work and those that are in work but who have low earnings and who satisfy the respective means tests. And there's more information in the paragraphs below. What would you like to say about that?
Deprivation relates to people both in and out of work. Income deprivation is only one domain of the index of multiple deprivation, which includes other domains related to aspects of quality of life and health, which are obviously tightly connected with noise in this case.
Now, I might regret this, but you said that you had some points arising. Madam, I'm happy for that to be taken outside the inquiry. I'm happy to ask the question now. What points arising do you have to indicate what you'd like to put in? I'll do what's most helpful to you.
So the two things I wanted to do, one is to just slightly retweak that table in light of the latest tag guidance. It'll literally be moving a couple of cells around so that it is better aligned with what the DFT have just said. And the other thing is I need to check if I did misrepresent Ms. Condon's point about how she has calculated carbon costs, and clarify if I did misrepresent to them. My apologies for that.
Okay, I'm happy for those. I don't want to end up rebuttals of rebuttals of rebuttals in a sort of continuous spiral of going around. I mean, we understand obviously the points. So I think just a couple of, if they're very brief, short changes, and obviously feel free to check something. Obviously, I'll have to then take any views, if any, from the appellants as well. But I think if it's just those things, happy to. But yeah, let's not let this spiral.
There will be no spiral of doom, madam.
Good. I like that spiral of doom. Excellent. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I'll jump in. So we'll break now for 20 minutes. So we'll reconvene at 11:45, and we have got John Cryer, MP, who's I think waiting patiently but happy to come after a break. So we'll.
If I can interrupt, but I just wanted to raise a point just before you close the session for the moment, to ask people to think about something over the next 20 minutes. If I can just mention what it is, it's that at some point today, I'm going to have to pass on a message to Mr. Thornley Taylor, please arrive by such and such a time tomorrow. And what I don't want to do is to pass on a message to say, please arrive by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, 9:30 start. He having to have an very early start to get here because he travels a long distance, and then to find that he's kicking his heels outside or whatever it may be for some time.
Okay, we'll look at the timetable over our break. Yeah, okay, all right, thank you. All right, so we'll come back at 11:45. Thank you very much.
Thank you for allowing me to say that. Oh, that's very kind.
Test.
Welcome back, everyone. It's 11:45, and we are going to hear from Mr. John Cryer MP now, and then we will go into the evidence of Ms. Louise Congdon. So, Mr. Cryer, I hope you're there and that you can hear us.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Good morning. Thank you for coming along. I'm afraid you can't see myself or Inspector Searson. We're sat sort of to the edge of the screen, but you'll be able to see everyone else, and actually we can see you at the very top. So
Yeah.
that's all. That's okay. So if you would like to make your representation as and when you're ready, thank you, Mr. Cryer.
All right. Thanks. Well, I've made a number of objections to the continued expansion of London City Airport, and that's for one reason. That's the overflying over my constituents. I've probably about 4,000 or more people from Leighton and Wanstead have been in touch with me across the constituency. Now, the numbers have become greater, and that's because of the narrow flight paths. It means that fewer people are being flown over. However, the people who are being flown over are getting more flights, more noise, more pollution. I'm just looking at the proposals which bother me. The increase in annual passenger limit from 6.5 million to 9 million, and getting rid of the current curfew on the weekends. There'll be more weekend flying. I also see that the current cap on flights will remain at 111,000, but there'll be more flexibility, quote, more flexibility for delayed departures and arrivals in the last half hour of operations each day. So basically, there will be more flights, more noise in the evening. There'll be more flights, more noise at weekends. How London City Airport think they're going to maintain the cap of 111,000 flights, but while increasing the number of passengers from 6.5 million to 9 million is not clear. But my bet is that at some point in the near future, they will come along, as they always have done, with more proposals to lift the cap on the annual numbers of flights, and possibly with more deregulation. And we can't just carry on sticking more aircraft up in the air, spreading noise pollution across my constituency, and causing problems for my constituents. And I'll just finish with this. In previous consultations, there have been public meetings, and I've appeared at a number of public meetings. During this consultation, there have been no public meetings. It's only taken place, as we are doing today, in the sort of formal part of the inquiry. I would have expected public meetings to have taken place where it's much easier for people to come along and made their voices heard, but that was decided that it would not be the case.
Thank you, Mr. Cryer. Can I just ask, are you happy to take any questions if there are any from?
Yeah, I'll take questions. Yeah.
Ms. Humphries, you don't. Well, actually, Ms. Humphries doesn't have any questions, so we're all right there. So I don't have any questions for you either, Mr. Cryer, but thank you for your patience. I appreciate that you logged on earlier and we were mid evidence. So thank you for bearing with us.
That's all right. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
So moving swiftly on, we are very quickly just going to look, we discussed the timetable during the break. We envisaged that we'll be able to get through the evidence in chief prior to lunch today with Ms Congdon, and then obviously we've got an estimate of 2 hours for cross-examination. And then, of course, there's a cross-examination by Hakan as well. So it might be that that ends up being delayed slightly to tomorrow. It really depends on how quickly you as advocates are able to make the best use of inquiry time. So there might be some overrun into tomorrow with Ms Congdon, depending on how we progress this afternoon, essentially. In which case, of course, Mr Taylor would be slightly later tomorrow.
It'll be slightly later. And so what I will propose to do with your leave, madam, is to review the matter at midday today, but probably to send him a message to say, please aim to arrive at 10 rather than 9. And as I say, it makes a material difference because of the distance he has to travel and the responsibilities which he otherwise has to bear.
Thank you, Mr Straker. I think for now, we carry on at haste and then we can see where we stand as the day goes on. Thank you. Ms Congdon, welcome. Thank you for being here. I'm happy to take your statement as read, your evidence as read, so hopefully that will help as well. But Mr Humphreys, when you're ready, if you'd like to begin your examination in chief. Thank you.
Good morning, just.
Often just going to very briefly use you. Are you Louise Collins?
Yes.
And in your full proof of evidence, section 1.2, you set out all of your credentials. No need for us to read any of that, but is it fair to say that you and indeed your consultancy act for and advise a large number of airports and indeed airlines? Have you set that out?
Yes, we do. And we also provide advice to local authorities as well on certain occasions.
Yes. And have you and your consultancy been involved in a lot of the recent airport inquiries, including Bristol, obviously, Stansted, Luton, and I think Gatwick for some of the local authorities?
I think we've done all the main airport public inquiries that have been in the last decade or so.
It's something that I don't want to take time on, but there seemed to be some criticism from Dr. Smith as to your track record of accurate forecasts. Do you accept that characterization?
Not at all. If you look back to our previous forecast for London City, and indeed we've been forecasting for London City since around 2007 for the airport, although we did previously advise the bidders who bought the airport in 2006. And again, we advised the bidders who bought the airport in 2015-16. We've got a very, very accurate track record of forecasting London City. And I think it's shown in figure 3.1 of the proof of evidence how accurate those forecasts have been in recent years, pre-pandemic.
And you don't need to go into that further. If that point is going to be pursued, you'll be asked about it. So this evidence in chief, obviously, in your rebuttal, you've responded to both London Borough of Newham and Hackney East, and so we'll structure this according to those two different parties. We know there are various areas of agreement, and I've explored some of those, and they're in the same common ground. So I'll focus just on areas of disagreement. And firstly, in relation, therefore, to London Borough of Ewan. Just want to talk about modelling, underlying assumptions, and so on that you've input to your modelling. Can you just talk us through those modelling assumptions that Dr. Smith appeared to criticise and how you respond to that?
I think if I can sort of start with the economic forecasts. You know, Dr. Smith has made the comment repeatedly that the forecasts use economic forecasts pre-Ukraine war. He's also thrown in concerns about the Middle East now, and rather than a curveball, I thought financial pressures on the public sector, given the concrete problems in schools, which I thought was slightly odd. But you have to look at the economic forecasts that we've used relative to what was used in Jet Zero, relative was what was used in Jet Zero 1 year on, the SAF mandate forecasts that he took us to in evidence yesterday. He's made a point that the SAF mandate forecasts are lower than the Jet Zero forecasts. But if you actually track back the economic data that informed each of those forecasts, you can see how the differences fall. If you don't mind me just taking a minute or two to explain this, I think it's quite important. The Jet Zero forecasts were based on the Office of Budget Responsibility's economic forecast from October 2021. We then, for the purpose of the underlying forecast to inform the assessments for this application, used the OBR forecasts for March 2022, which were very similar to the ones that we used at the time of Jet Zero. However, by the time Jet Zero 1 year on and the SAF mandate forecasts were updated, the Department for Transport used the November 2022 OBR forecasts, which were materially lower. They were materially lower, but of course, starting from a slightly later year, when economic growth had been slightly better than had originally been expected. Dr. Smith made the point that, of course, there are new economic forecasts come out in November 2023. Those are actually slightly higher than the March 22 forecasts. So if we were to reforecast today, we'd end up pushing up the forecasts again. I think the lesson I take from all of this, and I've been doing forecasting for airports nearly as long as Dr. Smith, then there's a danger in adjusting your long-term forecasts every time there's a change in economic forecasts. You've only got to look at the DFT's forecasts going back through to 2011. And when they forecast in a period of economic downturn, they tend to under-forecast. When they forecast in a period of boom, they tend to over-forecast. So as a forecaster, you have to strike the right balance and not overreact to every economic downturn. And so we still are of the view, I'm still of the view, that the forecasts that underpin the need case and that the application here are a robust assessment of those appropriate longer term trends out to 2031, 2033, the period we're talking about in this application.
So one of the points that Dr. Smith makes is that we may have been over optimistic because of the conflict in Ukraine. In your view, is it appropriate to adjust forecasts for flying passengers in 2023 or 2031 or 2033 for immediate global events?
Not at the moment. There's nothing in the underlying economic projections, if you take into account the most recent ones, November 23. There's nothing in those that suggests we should be reforecasting or reassessing 2031. I mean, you asked me to talk about the other points of disagreement. The other one obviously is around SATs and the cost of fuel.
Yes, and well, let's turn to the again this sort of action point. We know that Dr. Smith has changed his position on 9 million passengers per annum. That's recorded in the statement of common ground, CV 11.2. He clarified during cross-examination that he's not saying that the airport will not reach 9 million, but he just didn't feel he was able to agree that it would meet 9 million. And he set out in his evidence, I cross-examined him on it, number of reasons why he's not able to agree that it will meet 9 million. Just you've rebutted these in your evidence, but just talk the inspectors through this a little bit, bring it to life, explain to them why you think, why you disagree with Dr. Smith on his downside risks and other points.
I've dealt with the underlying economic circumstances and why I think there's no reason to factor in an extraordinary economic downturn risk in those underlying forecasts. There's also, I think, that the whole question he again talked about downside risks and the costs of SAF. And I think that comes because he is still not understood properly how we included the costs of SAFs in the demand forecast. SAF are coming. They are going to be, certainly in the early years, more expensive than kerosene. The SAF mandate requires 10% of fuel, a blend effectively, 10% of SAFs to be blended into aviation fuel, or 10%, it could be a blend, it could be the use of SAF. That will have an initially relatively small impact at the level of the initial SAF mandate to 2030 on the cost of fuel. We've used not just the actual fuel prices in our assessment of the forecast, the cost element of the forecast. We've used this Jet Zero line, which trends from current carbon costs to this target appraisal value that Mr. Humphreys explored with Dr. Chapman this morning.
This is the difference between the UK ETS value and the BEIS.
And the BEIS appraisal value. And the appraisal value has been set deliberately in the longer term at a level decided aimed at incentivising abatement, i.e. incentivising the use of SAFs or hydrogen or electric aircraft. So we're starting from a position where we've got in year one a cost of fuel and a cost of ETS, but we're moving to a position over time where we have factored in the costs of abatement in the forecast. So we factored in the fact that airlines are going to have to use over time proportionately more SAF. Now, you know, I do take the point, and I concede it that it's different for ETS countries than it is for CORSIA countries, and that for London City, virtually everything is covered by the ETS trading. In fact, I think virtually the only flights to London City that aren't covered technically by the European Emissions Trading Scheme or the UK Emissions Trading Scheme are actually the Channel Islands. Most of the rest of the London City network is covered by the ETS. So, you know, the CORSIA effect at Heathrow, fine, there may be a CORSIA effect at Heathrow if you were doing forecasts for Heathrow. But again, it's going to be mitigated very significantly in that period to 2030 that we're talking about here by the fact that it's only a 10% blend of SAFs that's required. In other words, it's not everyone required to be using SAFs over the period to 2030. So it's 10% of fuel.
So moving on from SAFs, there are a number, obviously, of other factors that Dr. Smith pointed to. So he had all these teleconferencing and various other things, the effect of Brexit and various points of those sorts. And you had a number of factors that you thought explained the current position at London City Airport. Just again, talk the inspectors through that a little bit. Just explain where you differ from Dr. Smith on some of those points.
I think there's a little bit of confusion still, and maybe we didn't explain things. I didn't explain things well enough in the lead case and in the evidence, but there seems to be a degree of confusion about the forecasting process and how markets are looked at. On the one hand, we're looking at a long-term trend forecast for the overall market for air travel in the UK, from which London City draws. And it is true that as across the UK as a whole, business travel has not yet recovered to 2019 levels. But that is consistent with the use of the DfT's long-term trend elasticities that straddled a period of that discontinuity that we had following the global financial crisis, and will straddle the period of the discontinuity in growth in business travel we've seen through the pandemic. In other words, that underlying demand projection takes into account growth in video conferencing, the fact there will be step changes in behaviour over the longer term. We've also, in the demand forecast, layered on top of that a market maturity factor. So over time, we're expecting the response of demand to GDP to decline. So we're taking into account the fact that the underlying market will grow at a slower rate in future, and is taking into account elasticities that were derived through periods of discontinuity. So we've no reason to think that the long-term demand projections are not robust. You then layer onto that as a second stage, what's London City's share of that? And the very specific factors where I differ from Dr. Smith in terms of the London City factors is that there are reasons why London City hasn't recovered yet to the same extent as other airports. We always knew that was going to be the case, which is why if we're forecasting for another airport, we would typically say 100% recovery to 2019 levels by 2024. London City, we don't show that 100% recovery because we always knew there were going to be factors that would make it more difficult for London City to recover in exactly the same time frame.
So, I'm just interested in this two-stage point, and it's relevant also, so we can deal with both at the same time, in a sense, to some of Dr. Chapman's points. Dr. Chapman, you remember, was very interested in and sceptical of table D6 in the lead case. So that's CD 1.60, page 123. And those business rates. And we went straight to table D6, but we ought to just see the text in paragraph 19 that introduces it. It says the growth rates applied to the underlying market based on the 50th percentile as used for the core development case forecast are shown in table D6. So what stage one or stage two of your forecasting, what stage does table D6 play a part?
Table D6 informs our estimate of how many business passengers they're likely to be originating or destined from Newham. Doesn't tell you anything about which airport they're going to choose to fly from, or indeed business passengers in the City of London, which airport they're going to choose to fly from. It's the underlying market from which each airport will draw.
So when it talks there about the underlying market, this is talking about, is this, so this is in the catchment area.
It's in the catchment area across the whole of the UK.
It's the market as a whole.
Yes.
What do you then do? So Dr. Chapman in particular was very critical of this, and this would mean X and Y for London City Airport. What do you then do in stage two of the forecast, having got what the market as a whole, the UK is doing, the catchment area, what people are doing? How do you then apply that to a particular airport?
We then look at the likelihood of an individual airport, in this case London City, taking a share of that market. And we make those based on previous market shares. But you also, when you're looking at short-term performance, and this is where we go across to the points that Dr. Smith was making, you have to take into account the supply side as well as the demand side. And so whilst the demand side conditions may follow these long-term trends, you have to look at how airlines will react to that market. And that's where issues like aircraft equipment problems, the problems that they've got with the engines on the Embraer E2 aircraft, and the A220 aircraft, which are our prime candidates to use London City, those same engine problems are affecting some Airbus variants. That's how you have to take into account the fact that at the moment there are factors which mean airlines that would otherwise have operated to London City in 2023 were not able to operate to the extent they wanted to. The case I use in my evidence, and it is very relevant, is the Italian airline ITA, that's the replacement state carrier for Alitalia, that wanted to operate from London City but was unable to operate its own aircraft and couldn't wet lease in an aircraft to operate the route. So there are factors like that. Those similar factors have also affected airlines like KLM more recently. There are airlines still recovering in terms of crewing problems. And again, this very much relates to the evidence that Dr. Smith gives himself about the financial difficulties airlines had post-pandemic. You know, airlines had financial difficulties. They've not necessarily fully staffed up again. They haven't been able to run all the flights they might have wanted to run. Layer on top of that, what is probably the biggest single factor in the city, which is that to a large extent, it acts as a reliever for congestion and constraint at Heathrow for that central London market, that core business market in the middle of London. And Heathrow isn't yet back to the levels of traffic it was in 2019. I'm pretty confident it will be next year, having looked at the airline schedules for next year, but it's not quite there yet. So a lot of airlines, as Dr. Humphreys, I think, put to Dr. Smith or Dr. Chapman, consolidated their operations into Heathrow during the pandemic because they wanted to economise and operate the minimum number of flights to meet demand. But as Heathrow gets full again, they will have to make choices as to how to optimise their Heathrow network. And that's going to result in the same factors recurring as they did in the pre-pandemic period of saying, well, actually, our next best alternative for that market is going to be London City. And in fact, Dr. Smith, I think in his own evidence, in his own proof, concedes that that's what was going on and is likely to go on again. So I think when you look at 2023, you have to look at a multitude of factors that meant that London City's performance doesn't reflect the underlying market for the airport, because you've got to layer on those supply side factors.
And again, it's taking things slightly out of order, but do you remember in Dr. Chapman's table in Q10, table 2, in that he expressed some surprise that in the with development case, there appeared to be more business passengers. And said, well, this is contrary to the normal position that you would expect business passengers to price out leisure passengers. And I put a point to him about this. Again, does that exercise about the number of destinations? So is that a part 1 of the forecasting or a part 2 of the forecasting?
That's part 2.
Right. So just touch on that one. So you talked about other things that might be specific to an airport currently, particular problems and so on. But when you are then forecasting forward, how do you take account of network development?
I think if the airport is constrained to its existing limits, the airlines are going to have to make choices to which routes they operate. And our expectation is that because they're operating the routes that at the moment are the optimum route balance at London City, they would continue operating those routes. To the extent that leisure passengers grow more quickly, the market for leisure travel is growing more quickly than the market for business travel. Leisure passenger growth on those existing services will be faster than business passenger. However, if the airport is able to expand and allow the airlines to take up additional opportunities to put on new routes, they will put on a number of business routes. Let's use an example that flows from the proof of evidence. Let's take an example of Munich, which has an element of business traffic on it. Bavaria is a very affluent area of Germany, lots of business travel to and from the UK and Munich, as well as leisure travel. You put on that new route to Munich, it creates opportunities for business passengers who can't use London City at the moment to use London City. So the WIS development case tilts slightly towards business passenger growth being a bit stronger proportionately than leisure passengers, but they're fairly marginal effects. But it's due to network. But I think if I may, Mr. Humphries, just to point out that I don't subscribe to the view at an individual airport level that business flights always displace leisure flights. If you have in the DfT's ultimate constrained model, their constrained forecast model that they ran in 2017, the data that Dr. Chapman was referring to, was a circumstance where the whole of the UK was constrained and all the airports were capped at their existing capacities. And in those circumstances, the airlines will, over time, gradually transition towards meeting demand for business passengers who tend to pay more than leisure passengers. But when you look at the supply side at an individual airport, it is quite often the case, in my long experience, that a leisure route, a high volume, high load factor leisure route, may actually be more profitable for the airline than a lower volume, lower load factor business route, even though the business passenger will pay more. And there's great danger in assuming that because at the passenger level, business passenger will always pay more than a leisure passenger. At the airline and individual flight level, the leisure flight may well be more profitable than the business flight.
So this one moves on slightly. Obviously, Dr. Smith has identified what he's called downside risk. And you've discussed a number of those things, and in Butler you discussed others. But I just want you to explain to the inspectors what the expression they'll have heard many times, Monte Carlo modelling, what that is, why you use Monte Carlo modelling, and also the faster and slower growth forecasts. In other words, we know a cap is proposed at 9 million, you know, optimistic high number of forecasts gets you to 9 million earlier, but less optimistic series of forecasts gets you to 9 million later. So just explain the way in which your forecasting handles uncertainty.
Yeah. I mean, I think we recognise, and any good forecaster should recognise, there is always uncertainty in the forecast. You don't have perfect knowledge, in particular of the GDP assumptions. GDP explains 85% of air travel demand, generally 15% being related to cost factors. There's a danger in putting forward a single point forecast. So we recognise that for planning inquiries and planning cases, it was important to understand the timing over which an airport might reach a particular throughput, in order to make sure that when you were assessing the environmental effects, you took into account the timing of reaching a throughput with the potential, for example, for the introduction of quieter aircraft over time, or changes in background road traffic, or changes in other economic or environmental factors. So there was a time dimension that was important to try and pin down. But in a context where you had uncertainty, you wanted to give a robust range of forecasts. And we actually started using the Monte Carlo approach at the specific request of one airport client who said, actually, we want to have a structural way of modelling uncertainty. We don't just want a finger in the air job. We want to have some structural way of doing it. So we use the Monte Carlo technique where you randomly combine different permutations of the economic income positive variables and the price related negative variables. Effectively, the more expensive air travel is, the less people will use it. So the Monte Carlo approach randomly combines those metrics and produces a fan graph, which is shown in the need case, of potential outcomes using multiple runs to assess all possible permutations of low economic growth, high price, high economic growth, low price. We take the 50th percentile as the most likely, and we have chosen to adopt an 80-20 range as a reasonable range of high and low growth.
So you mentioned the fan graph just for the inspectors. You see that at CD 1.1. 60 figure D1. It's on page 117, well, PDF page 120. I don't think we need to particularly talk about it, but you've mentioned it. And so that's the band graph. That's what Monte Carlo produces for you. Faster and slower growth, particularly slower growth, because that seems to be where others have focused. What in effect, maybe the band graph is useful for this, but what in effect is slower growth?
Slower growth basically says the market may recover more slowly. Economic growth may be slower, cost of air travel may be higher. It's taking into account precisely those factors that Dr. Smith argues we should take into account.
And Dr. Smith and indeed Dr. Chapman also pointed to 2023 figures of 2024 and said, well, look, hang on, you're not going to make what you throughput that you thought in 2024. Therefore, the modelling is all wrong. Is that an appropriate conclusion to draw?
No, because the modelling is a long-term trend. There's always going to be variability. Airports don't necessarily grow in a nice, steady profile. So your long-term forecast is a nice straight line or a curve, but the way airports grow, it tends to be lumpy. And that lumpiness is more exaggerated at a smaller airport than a larger airport. So, you can have a material change. An airline introducing a new based aircraft, there'll be a step change in growth in the year the airline introduces a new based aircraft. You'll get step changes that are more obvious at an airport with a throughput of 5 MPPA growing to 9 than you will at Heathrow at 80 million, where you'll barely notice those steps. So what we have is a long-term trend line. Some years will be above that line, some years will be below. But the fact that we might still be below in 2024, and I acknowledge that in my rebuttal proof, the fact that the airport might still be slightly below where we said in 2024 doesn't worry me at all, because I know that those factors that will generate the growth at London City, i.e. recovery of the market more generally, airlines resolving their problems with equipment and with crew, and most importantly, Heathrow being full again, will drive growth, and the market will level itself again to that long-term trend over the period to 2030-ish. It might be 2031, it might be 2033. That's why we present a range from poor case to slower growth case.
Separate point raised by Dr. Smith, but it also has a resonance with some of Dr. Chapman's points. Displacement of demand to other London airports, and Dr. Smith's evidence on this, that other airports have capacity to accommodate an additional 2.5 million passengers, and are therefore refusing planning permission for this expansion. Doesn't mean that people won't be able to make the flights. It just means they'll make them from elsewhere. So that also resonates with some of Dr. Chapman's points about whether or not you accept the concept of displacement. So just, again, talk the inspectors through this and the role of displacement, and displacement in the different contexts of carbon and flights and economics and as Dr. Chapman says, obviously there are parallels between all of them, but just how you've approached those. So start with this point about displacement to other airports, and therefore it doesn't matter if you refuse.
It is important to recognise that displacement is 3 different concepts. The fact that you said, Mr. Humphreys, passenger displacement, aircraft displacement, and employment displacement. And I'll just deal with the passenger displacement point now. We've been very clear throughout the need case and throughout the evidence that we have taken into account the fact that if London City did not expand, passengers would be forced to use alternative airports. Those alternative airports may or may not have spare capacity. Stansted certainly has an element at the moment. Luton may have some spare capacity, other airports probably less so. Those passengers will have to make a longer journey, not their preferred journey. They're using a less preferential airport to them. So there are disbenefits to those passengers, which we capture in the economic assessment by a journey time saving calculation. I think it's quite important that, you know, one of the reasons that the government have said they support the aviation industry growing is because of consumer benefits, which are derived from a competitive aviation system. It's in Flight Passenger Future, it was in Aviation 2050, the consultation document of 2018, and I can find paragraph references if you'll give me a moment or two. But it's very important that competition only arises in circumstances where there is an element of spare capacity in the system. So we've allowed a passenger displacement, but we've said that a passenger that wanted otherwise to have used London City, because it would have been the optimum choice of airport, there's a consumer disbenefit if they have to use an alternative airport.
And is that, do you remember I asked Dr. Chapman some questions about this? Is that price of passenger being in effect forced to go to an non-optimal airport? Fine. Perhaps pick up some of the points when we deal with some of Dr. Chapman's points, but in terms of Dr. Smith's points that, well, look, it doesn't matter, they could go to another airport. You touched on Flight Path to the Future and so on. What is government policy in terms of airports being able to compete for business, or to put it the other way around, is there any government policy that restricts capacity such that airports can't compete, or an airport can't compete with its competitors?
There's certainly no policy that restricts airports competing. And as I said a moment ago, there's very specific government policy that talks about wanting a competitive sector that delivers benefits for consumers. If all airports are effectively expected to be full, that will put up the price. It will mean passengers having to travel further to get to airports, using airports that are suboptimal for their personal journey. And that seems to me to be a scenario that's entirely contrary to policy.
And there's another subset to Dr. Smith's point, which again resonates with some of Dr. Chapman's points, which is the point about carbon. And Dr. Smith makes the point that, well, because of the slightly larger aircraft types at other airports, equivalent trips would have a lower carbon density per passenger. What's your position on that type of point?
It's true in terms that if a passenger who might otherwise have used London City was forced to use Stansted and was therefore flying on a slightly larger aircraft, the carbon per passenger, the carbon footprint of that passenger would be lower. But where the argument breaks down is at the level of the aircraft, my second category of displacement. If London City can't expand, the aircraft that would potentially have flown to London City would fly from another airport. And that's allowed for within the Jet Zero modelling. I've referred to in my rebuttal proof, I think it's my rebuttal proof, the government's assumption that allows for some of these smaller aircraft in the mix. And I think there's no better example of that than what happens at weekends now. London City is shut on a Saturday afternoon. BA City Flyer operate a flight out to Edinburgh that they wouldn't otherwise operate to Edinburgh. It's not a positioning flight in the CAA definition, but it's a positioning
just
flight.
For the inspector, so position flight is simply a flight where an aircraft is moved to be in another location, doesn't have passengers or commercial passengers. That's a positioning flight. So you're saying flight to Edinburgh is not technically a positioning flight.
They don't need it to meet demand to Edinburgh, but they operate an extra flight, say on a Friday evening or Saturday morning, because they want to get the aircraft out to Edinburgh. They put it on sale because they're flying to Edinburgh anyway, and they're allowing the passengers to choose, but the market wouldn't warrant those two flights. I know this because I've talked to BA City Flyer about it. And having got to Edinburgh, the aircraft doesn't just sit on the ground in Edinburgh, it flies. and it emits carbon. And it's carrying a passenger who wouldn't have chosen to use London City because it's like somebody who's based in Lothian who wants to fly to Palma for the weekend. So you still got the carbon. So the carbon is being fully displaced because the aircraft's being displaced. But that's not the same as the London City passenger being displaced at standstill. So passenger displacement is one thing, aircraft displacement is another, and I'm sure we'll get on to employment displacement in a moment.
Yes, we'll perhaps touch on that when we talk about some of Dr. Chapman's points. So still on Dr. Smith, re-fleeting, there seems to be general sort of outbreak of agreement that the proposals will accelerate re-fleeting towards new generation aircraft. Dr. Smith confirmed that I took into your table of uptake that was reasonable. I think the only distinction between you is whether that will happen anyway, or the extent to which it would happen anyway, the extent to which the proposals and certain of the conditions, condition 99 in particular, accelerate this process. So again, just talk the inspectors through this point. How important are the extra hours, the restriction during the extra hours to new gen aircraft only for the refleeting, and by all means refer to the BA City Flyer letter.
There's two levels. I would not argue with the proposition that over time airlines will refleet, because aircraft get more expensive to maintain as they get older. It's like an older car. So you will get airlines over time deciding to refleet. But BA City Flyer hasn't reached that point yet and is pointing to economic challenges that the operation at London City poses for it, because it can't get the utilisation from its aircraft that it would want to get. And therefore, its decision point to refleet in the current circumstances is likely to be much later than the decision to refleet if some of those economic penalties, loss of utilisation, are reduced because of opening on a Saturday afternoon. And we've identified, in my evidence, we've done some calculations and we've identified approximately a 20%, Dr. Smith quoted the figure, 20% improvement or acceleration of benefit to BA City Flyer from having the ability to operate on a Saturday afternoon compared to the current position. Add to that the fact that BA City Flyer are, like any airline, looking to grow their markets. They see an opportunity, this is in the BA City Flyer letter, to develop more leisure routes from London City to meet the needs of the local population. We've talked about local growing population in and around Newham. We only got to look at all the blocks of flats around here now. Those people want to fly. They would prefer to fly from a local airport. They don't want to have to go to a more distant airport that will take them an hour or more longer to get to. That's a penalty. It's time cost. So in order to operate on a Saturday afternoon, BA City Flyer and other airlines are going to have to start operating new generation aircraft to the airport. If they operate new generation aircraft to the airport on a Saturday afternoon, they are more likely, certainly in the case of BA City Flyer with their based fleet, entirely likely to use that same new generation aircraft for the rest of the week. That delivers real noise benefits to the communities around the airport because they get less noise during the week sooner. So the two things are inextricably linked.
Now, move on to a related but a slightly different point. I asked Dr. Smith when I took him to big mix tables, percentage of uptake of new generation aircraft over time, about the use of the particularly additional slots Saturday afternoon, but this would also apply to the 3 additional early morning slots reserved for new generation aircraft, whether you agree with the proposition that the take up of those slots would be gradual, reflecting obviously the transition of airlines actually having to buy or use additional and different aircraft, and you agreed with that proposition. I just want to get your comment on this in the context of, a potential argument that if planning permission is granted, you will get immediate impact, a sort of implicit suggestion that all of those Saturday afternoon slots will immediately be taken up, but that socioeconomic benefits will be delayed because actually growth will take longer. What's your view of the merits of that argument?
It doesn't stack up. It's, it's not a perfect match. There will be some flights that will operate on a Saturday where the aircraft doesn't necessarily operate in undercity through the week, but they're going to be a tiny number of flights, 1s and 2s. The vast majority of the Saturday flying is likely to be by based airlines, by based aircraft. And those airlines will operate an aircraft at London City for the entire week. The growth will be slow because they're going to have to wait to get the aircraft delivered. Certainly for BA City Fly, the aircraft have not been ordered yet, and we don't as yet have they're not going to order the aircraft until they know whether they're going to be able to use them productively at London City. So there's a lag between the airline saying, right, I'm going to get some new aircraft, getting those aircraft. The deliveries won't be all in one single slug of new aircraft. They'll come in 1, 2, 3, 4 over time. So you'll gradually get a build-up of Saturday afternoon. You'll gradually get a build-up of traffic over the week as a whole. And that will deliver the economic benefits, which is why I say in my evidence that there's actually a symmetry between the build-up of operations at weekends and the build-up of the overall beneficial effects of the expansion.
I want to move on now to Akani's and Dr. Chapman's points. And again, let's just focus on areas of disagreement and take things in the order that I cross-examined on. So some of the web tag and monetized cost things first, and the inspector and inspectors and others have went to really on web tag. But just explain first of all why it is you have included some cost benefit figures in the need case, but you haven't undertaken what I call a web tag appraisal.
Well, explain first of all why we've not done a web tag appraisal. It's been clear to us from reading the web tag guidance back in 2018 that it wasn't required. And I noticed with interest that the explicit language, paragraph 1.1.4, that we've referred to a few times in the tag aviation, web tag aviation 5.2 guidance, that paragraph 1.1.4 was added in November 2022 and repeated in November 2023. And I might be being slightly heroical here, but I like to think it's no coincidence that that paragraph to clarify that web tag wasn't required for a planning application was perhaps added by the department to make it clear after Dr. Chapman's appearance at other airport inquiries to make clear that it wasn't expected. So we've never seen the need to do a web tag because this is not an investment appraisal. If you look at the reference to Green Book and the 5 cases, one of those cases in the Green Book appraisal is the management case. The management case is about, have we got the project management capability to deliver a project? It's not about planning application. So it simply isn't applicable to a planning application. But what we recognise and have recognised for a long time is that there's many dimensions of the way in which airport expansion can impact on an economy. there's the direct, indirect, induced impacts through employment and GVA, the economic footprint of an airport. There are transport efficiency impacts, journey, productivity improvements to business, tourism benefits, but there are also welfare benefits in there. And so we thought it appropriate, and have done so at other airport inquiries like Bristol, like the Luton DCO, to present these three dimensions of impact to inform the decision maker. So you've got the full range of impacts presented in front of you that you can compare with the environmental impacts in the environmental statement. So in our view, we are trying to be helpful by presenting those three dimensions.
And that's helpful. And then there are particular issues, Dr. Chapman's challenges to aspects of your cost benefit analysis, and also his web tables. Let's just take those on a sort of topic basis. So let's just talk about carbon, for example, and Dr. Chapman clearly made certain assumptions about what you had done in terms of carbon, and I took him to tables on this. So just walk us through the way in which you've used the DFT's Jet Zero figures, i.e. ETS, and to a very small extent applicable CORSIA figures, as part of the forecasting. Then the way in which you've then used the Bayes carbon appraisal values as an addition to that.
I mean, as we set out in the lead case, that is DD 160, I know, table D5, we set out there the carbon cost assumptions we've used in the demand forecasts, which, as I said earlier, are the Jet Zero values that trend from current ETS allowance prices or CORSIA prices towards the BES appraisal values in the case of ETS allowances, and in the case of the CORSIA ones, that they get there by 2050. We've used those to reflect in the demand forecast what airlines are paying today and what airlines are likely to have to pay in future, taking into account the need for them to abate their carbon emissions. And I mean, just adding as an aside, I mean, it was very interesting to us when Jet Zero appeared, because we'd actually had some discussions with the department about what they were going to do about the BES appraisal values. And the department actually adopted the approach we suggested to them might be the right way to do it, which was to trend from current ETS prices to the Jet Zero prices. So we fully internalised those within the forecast. However, we're quite clear in relation to the cost benefit analysis that we present the with carbon case on the basis of the full BES, now DESNES appraisal values. So we've done exactly, well, we've done what we thought was the right thing until they clarified the netting off point in the more recent guidance. So that's why we presented in the cost benefit analysis the zero carbon number, because we had internalised the Jet Zero carbon costs, and we presented the full BES carbon numbers
on top of that
as well, just so you got an illustrative range. In the light of the new guidance that DFT have produced, then actually your number would be somewhere in between the two, once you'd factored into account also the displacement element as well.
So what would that do to the figures in your table 6.8 CD 60? So that's your new cases, the table we looked at. Don't need a size figure, unless you've got one, but I do need a precise figure. But what's the effect of the net present value, including carbon costs, of this latest November 2023 web tag guidance, if you use that?
If you were following the web tag guidance, and as I say, it's not something we've ever understood as being necessarily applicable to a planning application. If you were using it, you would end up with a carbon cost, even allowing for arriving and departing price, materially lower than 167 million. But it wouldn't be zero. So in terms of the MPV, the MPV would be below the 371, but would still have a lot of headroom for correctly calculated noise costs, but would be above the 204.
The other thing that changed in the latest web tag guidance was this point about departing passengers and then displacing emissions that would actually happen because they'd happen elsewhere. And we touched on displacement earlier. Dr. Chapman said it's very difficult to take those things into account. But in broad terms, what are the effects of those types of adjustments to the figures?
I think I would start from a position of saying the aircraft will fly somewhere in the world. And it might not fly in the UK. It might not be my Edinburgh example I used earlier. It might be flying somewhere else, Latin America or Africa or somewhere else, but it would still be emitting carbon. So actually, you could argue that if you take into account displacement, it's 100%. If you're saying, well, actually, that might be slightly exaggerating it, then you look at what the passenger displacement is. And although we didn't put it in any of the need case, the actual proportion of passengers displaced at London City, if the development didn't go ahead, would be about 95%, maybe slightly lower. And a small proportion, when you have an increasing cost of air travel, so it's more expensive for someone to get to Stansted longer time than it is to get to London City, there's an element of demand that says, I'm not going to bother travelling now. It's a small element. And so our modelling approach takes that into account. And so the displaced passenger number is of the order of 95% in round terms.
So two things, see if we can just sort of wrap these up, and then I want to just turn to one or two other points. But on this monetizing effects, do you accept Dr. Chapman's monetized noise effects in his rebuttal evidence, or his monetized carbon effects in his proof of evidence? Do you accept that those are a correct or an appropriate calculation, even if one was to do it on a web tag basis?
No, and I obviously I would like to reserve the opposition to comment on his updated table 2 when it's submitted to the inquiry. I would hope perhaps that he might listen to the evidence of Richard Greer before he updates the noise costs as well, as I believe those are substantially overstated.
Last, we're going to stop at one, so last just a few minutes. 3 topics: business passengers and productivity, leisure passengers and tourism deficit, and then employment and displacement. So business passengers and productivity, you've talked through, in relation to Dr. Smith, the 2-stage approach to the business forecasting. I don't need to ask you about that. I do just want to get you to comment on those figures in losing altitude. It was, I think, figure 13, the one that shows the relationship between business trips per million GDP. What is your interpretation of that table? This is the table page 32 of CD 3.5.11.
I think let's deal with it in 2 ways. There's one is, what does it tell us about business travel demand? And the other is, what does it tell us about business travel and its relationship in terms of productivity and GDP. So let's deal with the first point. What this shows is in the period up to, and this is why I need to blow up in the period up to sort of around 2002-3-ish. I don't know quite, given the dip there, exactly where the peak would have been otherwise. But up until around sort of the early noughties, then what you were seeing is the number of business travel air trips accelerating ahead of GDP. There were more trips for every pound of GDP, or every £1 million of GDP. What you see from that tipping point is the number of business trips per £1 million of GDP falling. What that means is in the period up to the early noughties, we had an elasticity, business travel to GDP, of more than 1. What it means in the period after the early noughties is we have a business travel elasticity to GDP of less than 1, i.e. business travel does not grow as quickly as GDP, which is exactly the assumption that we've got, which is that over the DFT elasticities as a whole, which we've adopted as our basic elasticities, because they were calibrated over the period back to 1996, a very long time period. A very robust calibration. They've been recalibrated recently. They've been peer reviewed, very robust. Those elasticities for business travel are 0.9. What this graph shows is exactly what we got, which is a declining elasticity to GDP in terms of the actual volume of business travel. What it tells you about the importance of that business trip, and I take to Dr. Chapman's point about he's not done a study about causality. But prima facie, what this shows is that each of those business trips could have a bigger impact on productivity in the economy than a business trip in the late 1990s. I believe it does have a stronger relationship for a couple of reasons. One is the UK economy, particularly post-Brexit, is more reliant on global trading. And therefore, people are going to have to travel in order to make sure that they can secure those relationships. We all know about video conferencing, and that's, as I said earlier, taken into account in that long-term elasticity trend. But each trip somebody chooses to make then, because they're making fewer off, is delivering more benefit. And the reason I say that is because we talk to businesses, we talk to business people, and what they've done is they've pared back on a lot of what were sort of internal company business trips. So those are the meetings that are happening over Teams now, where you might have, Royal Bank of Scotland, we know, used to fly people down from Edinburgh to London to have team training sessions. That doesn't happen now. But somebody who's going abroad to sell a product, you go abroad to meet your client to make the sale. And those are the really important trips that are delivering high productivity. The internal, let's just go and have a training session. Those are the ones that have been culled. And they're the less productive ones. So I would argue very strongly that what this relationship, it properly understood, shows is that there is an accelerating productivity benefit from each individual business trip, but that the number of trips per million of GDP is falling.
Next point, and very briefly, please. This point about UK residents spending more abroad than foreign residents spend in the UK, and tourism deficit. Is that an issue that either the UK government or indeed the inspectors should be concerned about?
No, and I would just refer them to the Prime Minister's speech, which I think it is an inquiry document. I thought I'd written the reference of it somewhere, but I will find it. Back in November, when he actually made it very clear that, one of the reasons that the government were taking the line they were taking on aviation and carbon was because they supported the right of UK residents to go abroad. It was good for the economy. It was good for global Britain that people could travel. It's clear throughout all of the policy documents that there's no presumption against foreign tourist travel. It's part of the benefit of aviation that the government sees as a net positive in the UK economy.
Final point then. back to displacement, but this time the third of the three elements that you described, employment displacement. And this is the point that someone taking a job at London City might have been in another job elsewhere, or that if we provide a job at London City and that without growth, that flight went from Heathrow or at Stansted, then a job would be created in west of London or Bishop Stortford, north of London. And just wanted to explain the point about, therefore, employment displacement, point about a local level, and then, you know, you then look at the picture on a national level, and why are jobs important locally?
I would think, you know, you put the points to Dr. Chapman this morning about the need for levelling up in areas like Newham, the need to create employment locally. Yes, you know, some jobs are higher value than others, but given the levels of unemployment in this area, having a job is always beneficial. It's beneficial to then be able to migrate up the employment quality scale, as Dr. Chapman said. It's better to have a better quality job than a lower quality job. But for someone who's unemployed, it's better to have a job than no job. And so somebody employed at London City, even if they could have been employed elsewhere in the economy, they're choosing to be employed at London City because to them it's a more valuable employment than the alternative. So there is that sliding scale of somebody enters the employment market, somebody moves up the employment market, somebody moves up again. It's highly beneficial in the context of levels of deprivation in this area to create more opportunities for employment and career progression. The aviation industry creates jobs at all skill levels, that they're across the board. So there are entry-level jobs, but there are also highly skilled jobs as well. In terms of the point about displacement, and this is where paragraph 4 of Appendix D of the need case, CD 160, comes in. Rather contrary to Dr. Smith's point, the airports, well, maybe not contrary to Dr. Smith's point when you actually look at his table, but the airports in the London system are filling up. Over the period to 2030, it's highly unlikely that there will be a material increase in capacity over and above that which is already consented. The Luton DCO may generate a small uplift at Luton if it's approved, but Gatwick is not going to get its new runway until the early 2030s, given that the programme that they're now on. Heathrow hasn't even restarted runway 3. So in the time period we're looking at here with this application to 2031, the airports are going to be filling up. And it's in that context that we made the point about constraint in the system. If a passenger that's displaced from London City has to go from Stansted, and Stansted is already full, that passenger potentially displaces another passenger, say a passenger from East Midlands, who was using Stansted because that was the best alternative where they wanted to fly, finds that they're priced out from using Stansted and has to make an alternative choice. There's a cascade. So this is in terms of an additional London City passenger at Stansted. If it's already at 43 million passengers per annum, its consented limit, it's not going to create additional economic activity in and around Stansted. And even if it did, the area locally around Stansted is not got the same level of deprivation, the same need for levelling up as Newham. So that's why we focus on this local study area in terms of presenting the economic case, because government, dare I say it, WebTag, talks about the importance of place-based analysis now and understanding the context for your proposal. So in the context of Newham, an area in need of more jobs, an area in need of levelling up, creation of jobs locally has a particular value.
Ms. Condon, I'm going to stop you there because then I'm 2 minutes on the clock. It wasn't entirely arbitrary. That wasn't what I wanted to ask you, but thank you very much. I think that's super great.
Thank you, Mr. Humphreys. Yes, if you finish your examination in chief, we'll break. So we'll break for lunch for an hour. And then we'll reconvene at 2 o'clock. And of course, Mr. Condon, I'm afraid you're going to be having lunch by yourself. But yeah, thank you, Marie-Jan. Talk to you. Okay, sorry, technical fault, I couldn't use the microphone. Thought I figured it out by now, but I haven't. Welcome back. We're going to continue with the cross-examination of Miss Congdon. So Mr. Straker, when you're ready, and we will probably break for a comfort break once you're finished with your cross-examination. Okay.
Thank you very much. And I've got 3:30 in my mind for that in any event. And I've got that sort of time in my mind to finish in any event. And I hope that would be acceptable, even though it may mean that some points that I might otherwise have canvassed, I'll leave to be dealt with in the papers, so to speak. And I hope also that you've received, and anybody else who needs it has received, a little list of the documents to which a reference may come to be made. I hope you got that, Miss Congdon. Good.
Yes.
Can I just start with a chronological point, if I may, which derives from what you were saying to my learned friend, Mr. Humphreys, a short while ago, when you were referring to the elasticity factors, which you've discussed a number of times.
Yes.
And you mentioned those were based on information up to 2019.
I think so. I didn't check the precise year. The key point from my mind is that they were based from 1996.
Yes.
And they cover a long period of time, which includes the global financial crisis. Whether it was, 2017, 18 or 19, I don't think it's material.
That's very well. But the period of time that they cover is at least 20 years, beginning with 1996.
Yes.
Yeah. And that was the info which fed into those elasticity factors. Can I, as a matter of chronology, just get into our minds, of course? It may be that we don't need to put it back into our minds. It's such an unpleasant thing. COVID and the lockdown started in March 2020.
Yes.
Yeah. And as Dr. Smith has explained, and as you will know, for airports, there's always a mass of information as to when people took off, how many people took off, and so forth from airports.
There is information in
Yes,
different sources.
absolutely.
Yes.
Because one thing you definitely need to know if you're running an airport is whether an airplane has taken off or has landed, and you make a record accordingly.
Yes.
Yes. And Dr. Smith, has spoken to a concept of moving annual totals, MATs, I think he describes them as. That's a concept no doubt you're familiar with.
Yes.
Yes. And am I right in supposing that the moving annual total for March 2022, a year after COVID had started, March 21, I beg your pardon, March 21, a year after COVID had started, was for the London City Airport some 2%.
The airport was shut for part of that.
Yes, and so it was 2%, wasn't it?
I don't know what the number was.
You haven't checked that?
It's not material to forecasting the longer term.
No, very well. That's what you say. It's not material, but let's look at it slightly further, if you don't mind. For the UK, the moving annual T stands for total, moving annual total, it was some 10%.
Yes, it varied yes, but it did vary from airport to airport.
Of course it varied from airport.
Can I finish?
Yeah, please do.
A large part of that 10% was actually carried through Heathrow at the time.
Yeah.
So you have to be very, very careful about using statistics without thinking through what they mean.
No, but what it reveals is a very dramatic decline in air travel, doesn't it?
Yes, because there were travel restrictions which prevented people from flying other than express circumstances.
Yeah, very substantial fall off in travel. And just help me on this. That inhibition on travel, which existed, do you think companies and businesses and others were alive to that inhibition?
Of course they were.
Yes.
It wasn't that there was a lack of demand to travel during that period. It was the inability to do so.
And do you suppose that those companies, institutions, individuals who were alive to that inhibition to travel would have modified the way in which they worked in consequence of that inhibition.
We were working throughout that period ourselves, and all companies modified how they worked during the period. But what we are seeing is a rebound, because whilst people did at the time do what they could to maintain business continuity, that isn't necessarily reflective of what they will do going forward. And I've seen it personally myself in travelling up and down to London, which I have to do on the train because there's no air service anymore to this side of London anyway. The amount of business travel I'm seeing on trains since about middle of last year has dramatically increased. And again, we're seeing much more demand from our clients for face-to-face meetings. And indeed, the fact that most of us sitting in this room here today differs from the last planning inquiry I did, leave aside the DCO, where it was mostly done virtually. The world has moved on. People are getting back to travelling for business. So I'm not prepared to accept that what happened in 2021 is representative of what's going to happen in 24 through 2031.
Well, my question wasn't directed to that, actually, Ms. Congdon. My question was directed to this proposition, namely that the consequence of the inhibition to travel caused those who were running businesses to consider how they should run those businesses.
Yes.
Yes. And in considering how to run those, excuse me, can I ask the question?
Can I finish my answer?
Well, I thought you had, but
No,
carry
I
on,
was going to do
please.
yes, but.
Very well.
Yes, but people adapted at the time. They're now adapting and transitioning back. So what we did at the time is not, if someone who runs a business, is not the same necessarily as what we're doing today.
Yes. But anyway, you agree that they considered new ways in which they could run their business. And do you suppose that some of those new ways in which they could run their business were found by the businesses who were conducting that business to be an agreeable way of conducting their business?
I think it also, yes, but it also revealed limitations in those technologies. But that's why, and I did talk about it earlier in evidence in chief, we've got a situation where the intensity of business air travel demand to GDP is forecast to decline. It's declining not in a linear way, it's declining in an accelerating way, because we've already assumed, as the Department for Transport do, that there's a market maturity factor, i.e. people don't travel as much relative to the same amount of economic output as they did previously. So all of that is already factored into the forecast. It's a non-point.
So you say, but in 2019, you would have to have been peculiarly prescient, wouldn't you, to have anticipated and worked into your factors that there was going to be a change in business activity in consequence of COVID.
In consequence of COVID, but video conferencing wasn't new. It was happening already. People were transitioning into different ways of working already. COVID resulted in a suppression of people's ability to travel, didn't necessarily change the desire to travel. And what we're seeing now is it gradually coming back.
Well, I'm sure we're all conscious of when Zoom and Teams and all those matters came into being, but the factors arising in consequence of COVID can they, have been considered when the elasticity factors were considered in 2019?
I don't think that matters.
But they can't have been considered, can they, was the question.
They can't have been considered, but I do not believe that matters for the reasons can I finish?
Yes.
For the reasons I explained this morning. In that we had a discontinuity through the global financial crisis. That resulted in a step change. We may well have a similar step change in the sense of a short-term effect, but the long-term trend straddles that step change. So in terms of predicting out into the early 2030s, in fact, the elasticity we calibrated pre-COVID is immaterial to me because they calibrated through a period where there had been a similar discontinuity in demand. That's different from the actual suppression of travel during COVID.
So you say that 2008, 2009, the banking crisis was a similar discontinuity, do you, to COVID in 2020?
No. In demand it was.
No.
There's a difference between suppression of demand, i.e. people no longer want to travel, and what happened during COVID when people may well still have wanted to travel, but the travel restrictions in place prevented them from doing so. The two circumstances are very different.
Let's go back to your proof, if you don't mind. 1.2.5 of your proof of evidence. You record there that you've worked with or for London City Airport since 2005.
Yes.
And that's effectively been continuous, hasn't it? Because there are a number of events since 2005 that one can identify where you've been closely involved working for London City Airport.
It's not been continuous, there have been breaks.
Yeah, breaks. But for instance, there was a planning inquiry, I think in 2016, where you appeared for the London City Airport.
Yes.
Yeah, and you had helped prepare the needs statement in connection with that in 2015 and 2014, was it? 2013. And that was updated for the inquiry in 2016 and confirmed in 2016 by you. That's correct, isn't it?
It was updated in 2015.
2015, but confirmed by you.
Yes.
Yes. And then we've got this application, which was made in 2022 or 2023, was it?
22.
22, and that had been preceded by a number of proposals which went out to public consultation, hadn't it?
It was preceded by a master plan.
And it was also preceded by proposals which went out to consultation, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yes. And you were engaged throughout those matters that I've just mentioned on behalf of City Airport to give your view about questions such as that labelled need.
Yes.
Yes. And so when we look at those documents which arise from those events, we can see your views about need, can't we?
Yes.
Yes, good. Well, let's have a look, please, if you don't mind, at the document 26.10 CD, which is the update to the needs statement, which confirms, doesn't it, at paragraph 1.
Just turn yours. Oh.
Sorry, spare me a second while I open the document. I've got so many documents open on my laptop, it's taking me a minute to find them.
CD 2.6.10, and I want you to look at 1.3 of that on page 1. Do you see where you make the caveat that the information in the original need statement remains valid, save where it's been updated in the document which then follows?
Yes.
Yes. And so we can go back to the document which remained valid, which is the CADP need statement, which bears an inquiry number now, which I don't know, but which was the one mentioned this morning as being introduced and was on the list of documents. INQ 17.
Could you just turn your microphone off and on again?
That's going to be very difficult then, because this has got a peculiarly or turning on and off.
Yeah, try it. I mean, it might be worse because you've got your voice allowed.
I am perfectly happy if people can hear me at the back.
It's the live stream that's the issue, I think. Yeah, maybe a little bit lower.
Put it on my belt. Oh, I see. Beg your pardon. I don't tell you these things at class in 1977. Put it there.
Ask whether people can hear on the live stream. Mr. Stranger speaks whether that. They will given the tests we get, but fine.
Well, I think the microphone is still on, and I've moved the little microphone further away, and that seems hope to have improved the situation. But we've got to the important point of notifying that the document was INQ 17. And you have that, I hope, Ms. Conger.
I have it.
Good. And if we could have a little look at that, please. We can see, can't we, that there's a policy context which you set out in an executive summary on page 1.
Second.
PDF 9, thank you.
For some reason, my document is not letting me scroll at the moment. Yeah, sorry. What paragraph number?
Paragraph 1 in the executive summary.
Sorry, yeah.
You record, and this was very much your document, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yes. The needs statement sets out the need for the development proposed under the City Airport Development Programme and covers the aviation-related elements of the requirement for additional and reconfigured aircraft stands. They've now all been provided, haven't they?
Stands have, yes.
But not reconfigured?
There has been some reconfiguration as well.
A parallel taxi lane, that's been provided, has it?
Yes.
Runway, an extended terminal capacity together with its economic need. This was intended to cover, not to cover the hotel. And then the policy context is set out. You see that at paragraph 3 and the 2013 aviation policy framework. I think that's repeated again for this inquiry, isn't it, as part of the policy framework?
Yes, because it still stands in part where it hasn't been replaced.
No, and there are other documents which follow on. And then if we look over the page, which I imagine is PDF 8, but paragraph 4, PDF 10. Paragraph 4. This statement demonstrates that the proposed TDAP1, which provides extended ground infrastructure to allow London City Airport to attain its consented movement limit of 120,000 noise factored movements. Is that the same as 111,000 ATMs?
I would need to drench my memory banks back to work out what the average noise factoring was back in 2013. So forgive me, I don't quite know the answer to that.
Okay, but it's likely to be approximately at least.
It will be similar.
Yeah. And then it goes on to say, or you went on to say, this is particularly so in the context of the ongoing consideration as to how best to secure airport capacity in the short, medium and long term to preserve London's status as a global aviation hub. In addition, allowing the airport to reach its optimum potential will provide a key alternative for airlines seeking to release capacity at Heathrow. So in this document and in 2016, you saw what was then proposed, didn't you, as allowing the airport to reach its optimum potential.
Where do I say it?
You say that expressly in the last sentence. Allowing the airport to reach its optimum potential.
Well, the optimum potential is the number of movements, and we're still talking about 111,000 movements today. It can't reach 111,000 movements without 111,000 movements would be 9 million passengers per annum. Now,
Yes.
not 6.5.
Yes, but I'm just asking you, please. You said to the inquiry then, to the Secretaries of State, the optimum potential for this airport is to allow CDAP1 with 120,000 noise factored movements, which is likely to be at about 111,000 per annum. That was your view.
That was the optimum potential with the infrastructure proposed, the 111,000 movement.
Yeah, and you're still wanting to have 111,000 by way of movement.
Yes.
Yes.
So if you constrain development by turning down this application, you're not achieving that optimum potential.
Well, let's just pause there for a moment as to whether we're constraining development. If you don't mind my asking that question of you, let's just pause there. As you have told us, Airports keep good records of who flies in and out and how many people fly in and out.
Yes.
Yeah. And records are maintained, aren't they, of the number of slots which have been sought by airlines at any particular airport.
Only at the fully coordinated airports.
Only in the what?
Only at the coordinated airports.
And you are a coordinated airport?
London City is.
Yes, exactly. So let's modify the question rightly. At coordinated airports, full records are kept of slots which are sought by airlines to fly in and out.
Yes.
Yeah. And the slots which are sought by airlines to fly in and out will tend to reflect the demand, won't it, for people to sit on those aircraft to fly in and out.
It will reflect the demand from the airlines to put on services to carry those passengers.
Yeah.
Not quite the same thing.
Not quite the same thing, but the airlines tend not to put flights on if there are no passengers to sit in the aircraft.
That's generally true, not always.
And that's the purpose of London City Airport, is to fly people in and out, isn't it?
Yes, I was answering the question you put there.
Okay. Well, now, it's right, isn't it, that if you look at any, I think they're put in histogrammic form, but any histogram at the moment for London City Airport in terms of the slots available, there is sufficient and substantial headroom available for any hour of the day, Monday to Friday.
I haven't looked at the coordination reports recently, but that is probably true. However, that doesn't deflect from the point that was being made in 2013, which is still valid now. Optimum use of the airport is allowing it, creating the circumstances where it can make best use of its available runway capacity. The best use of its available runway capacity as configured at the moment would be 111,000 movements. If you constrain the passenger throughput, given the nature of the aircraft that are actually operating at the airport, it will not reach that throughput, so it will not reach its optimum potential.
Very well, we're going to come further to this question because in terms of reaching its optimum potential, would you say that 111,000 or 120,000 noise factored movements is the optimum potential?
With the currently available physical capacity, yes.
Yeah, very well. Now, can we just have a little more at this document which you put in to the inquiry last time before the Secretaries of State? If you go on in it, please, to paragraph 2.9 and 2.10. You see, don't you, there you set out certain government objectives as you recorded them to be. And at 2.10, you recorded it as making best use of existing airport capacity.
That was the expression that was used in the APF at the time.
Yes. And there may be some distinction between better use of runways or best use of runways. One doesn't need to get into a debate about that. But that's the expression that you used at the time. And your view was that the best use of existing airport capacity at London City Airport was to provide for Monday to Friday flying with a curfew at the weekends, wasn't it?
No, I think you're slightly trying to make a point which isn't what the point was all about. The better use policy, the best use policy isn't predicated on all airports applying immediately for a planning application to absolutely max out the airport. What it says is we want to make better use of airport capacity, and it's best use of runway capacity, it now says in the making best use policy. What it allows is airport operators to bring forward proposals over time to make best use. It's up to the airport operator what it thinks is a commercially viable tranche of growth. At the time, 2013, London City Airport thought, and still thinks, the CADAT 1 physical development proposal and the throughput proposed was the optimum proposal. It wasn't saying that represented max or best use. without going back to 2013 documentation, forgive me, until you mentioned it this morning, I've not looked at this document probably for at least 7 or 8 years. There's nothing in the document that ever said that was the maximum use that could be made of London City's runway. Not least because at the time there were restrictions on how the taxiway could be used. So there were already in place constraints that meant you couldn't make full use of the runway. The airport's always been very clear, certainly very clear in its master plan, that it could potentially go up to 50 aircraft movements an hour above the 45 it's currently consented to achieve. But it's not at the moment contemplating applying for that.
As we've seen, Ms. Congdon, you said expressly this was its optimum potential. Yes?
At the time.
Well, we'll come to see if and when your view changes. Now, let's just look on in the plan, if you don't mind, in this need statement. If you go, please, to 220, you will reach a section of your document, under the heading Economic Policy Context, and you discuss the London Plan.
Yes.
Yes? And then you discuss the Royal Docks Vision, 224. And then you discuss Vision 2020, the greatest city on earth. And then you discuss 229, the London Borough of Newham, the planning material, and the London Borough of Tyre Hamlets 233. And all those planning documents contemplated, didn't they, an increase in residential population in and around the London Borough of Newham.
Yes, and that's why there's a very strong case, and still is a very strong case today, for allowing London City Airport to grow to 9 million passengers per annum, precisely because there are more people living locally that actually want to use the local airport.
Well, we'll come to how many people actually want to use it on a particular time, which is your case. But let's look on, please, if you don't mind, to back to paragraph 6 of this document. You made no suggestion there, did you, that failure to allow the airport to operate Saturday afternoons was going to impede its ability?
I think the market's changed. The market's moved on since we did that. This report is now 11 years old.
Tell me this, please, Ms. Congdon. Do you think that people's propensity to visit their relatives or to go on holiday has changed between 2013 and 2024?
No, but there are more people in the local area to want to do that.
And do you suppose that in 2016, the Secretaries of State, and you for that matter, were unaware of the greater number of people coming into the area?
Yeah, but there wasn't, again, aren't we rather missing the point here? At the time, there was no application before anybody to extend the opening hours of the airport. The airport was responding to the demand as they saw it at the time. They were responding to the demand as they saw it at the time. But we now have a situation where we have airlines, as Dr. Smith says in his reports, in a more perilous financial position, saying to the airport, basically fly a letter appended to my proof, that the inability to make proper use, efficient use of their aircraft at the airport for a longer period of the week prevents them operating services from the airport, not just on a Saturday afternoon, but throughout the week as a whole. So the world has moved on. This is 11 years ago now. Things do move on. You have to look at changes and trends. And we've got airlines. It's all very well talking about passenger numbers and isolation. You've got to look at the airline supply side as well and what the airlines are actually telling the airport. Back in 2013, the airlines weren't telling the airport, we can't make efficient use of our airplanes, we must have Saturday afternoons. They are saying that now. The world has moved on.
And I think you've identified one airline which says that.
Other airlines are saying it too. You've seen, I think, them.
You've identified one in the documents which says it.
I think you'll find the supporting representations from more airlines that were sent to
We
you at
may
the
come
time.
to look at those. Can you just go on in this document about your needs statement, which you put forward in 2016 to the Secretary of State and relied upon in front of the Secretary of State? Page 59 of the document, paragraph 411. You are talking about.
Just hold on a moment, I've not got
Of
there yet.
course. Page 59 of the document, paragraph 411. You got there, Miss Congdon?
Yes,
And do you see at 411, there's a little picture above it of comparison of aircraft size. And you say that the shift to larger aircraft is seen as inevitable. Do you see that sentence?
yes,
That was the information you were giving to the Secretary of State. And it's those larger aircraft that you shift to, which are the quieter aircraft, aren't they? By and large, which you have spoken about at this inquiry.
well, no, because to some extent there we were talking about the E190s, we were talking about physical things there in terms of the ability of the airport to accommodate some of those aircraft types. It was partly the A220, but it was also the Embraer 190. At the time, I don't think the E2 variant of the Embraer, which we're now talking about, had been announced.
Okay.
It certainly wasn't flying.
Anyway, you contemplated that larger aircraft would be inevitable, and that was no doubt for economic reasons which govern the way in which airlines buy and sell their aircraft.
Yes, I mean, as I said in evidence in chief, there comes a point in time where airlines do replace aircraft, and there is a tendency in the market for aircraft and one aircraft to be replaced by a larger type or a larger variant at the same time.
Very well. Now, can you take, please, CD 7.8, which should be, I hope, the decision of the Secretary of State in July 26, together with the report which preceded his decision.
So it's very I had that a moment ago. Again, this is another document I probably haven't looked at for about 7 years, so
All right.
please forgive me.
It's 2016. Well, I haven't told you that yet, so.
I haven't got there yet.
Yes. Whilst you're getting there, perhaps you can just help me with this. I think I'm right in saying, aren't I, just before the 2016 inquiry, the airport, London City Airport, changed hands. The ownership of
It was changing hands during the process of the inquiry.
And so it was particularly anxious always for everybody to make sure that the Secretary of State had the best possible information about the matter.
Yes,
Yeah.
and indeed, the people who bought the airport were keen to have the best information.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you go to page 86, please, of the inspector's report, we can see that.
Just bear with me a second.
Right.
Page 86.
Page 86 of the inspector's
Yeah.
report under Appendix A, appearances.
Yes,
And the first appearance is Mr. Randall, who then was in good health and is in good health now as he recovers. And we look down and we can see that Mr. Humphreys was there, QC then, KC now, and he called with Mr. Flanagan, you, Louise Congdon, you were there,
yes, as was Dr.
seeking to
Smith.
help the inspectors or
Yes.
inspector and the Secretary of State,
Yes,
giving independent expert evidence, yes? Is that right?
yes,
And then if you go, please, to page 26, we can see that,
just bear with me a second.
yeah, it's paragraph 95 of the report.
Of the report or the
The
decision.
report,
I think that's the decision letter.
no, it's the report, page 26, paragraph
Oh, page,
95.
sorry, of the report. Sorry, I thought you meant the PDF. Apologies.
Yes.
Sorry. Yep, got there.
And there we see a section in the report, which was under an overall heading, I think, of the case for the airport of need. And
Yes.
the best use can't currently be made of existing capacity at London City Airport. So we see that expression, best use.
Yes.
And you wanted to secure optimum use, as we know. And there were certain reasons which were there stated. The need for backtracking along the runway. And that's no longer needed, is it?
No, there was
It's
some
happened.
changes in derogations
Yeah.
on the.
Insufficient number of and inadequate size of the current aircraft stands. That's all been dealt with now.
It's been partially
Dealt with. Terminal is limited to at most around 1,500 passengers per hour arriving or departing, which compromises the important 2015 service proposition. And that's been dealt with, has it?
Not yet, no.
Not yet, it's going to be dealt with. And so there are certain aspects from 2016 which were benefits, and you say there are certain further benefits beyond the 2016, which this inquiry should take note of.
Yes.
Yes, very well. And it's the added bit which is important to your case, isn't it?
It's the added economic
Yeah,
benefits, yes.
And now we look on, and you said there, paragraph 95, that there was a substantial and pressing need for these capacity constraints to be overcome. And you describe certain other matters about how the terminal had been sized by modelling based on a typical busy day to handle the anticipated, perhaps it should have said expected, the anticipated passenger numbers. Do you see all that?
Yes.
So that was the need case that you were putting forward to the inspector and through him, I think it was him, the Secretary of State.
Yes.
Yes. And we can come to contrast later, can't we, the need which you there identify with the need which you here identify.
No.
Oh, very well. Well, we'll do that anyway, even though you say we can't make the contrast, because I'm going to invite you to do so. But first of all, let's look on. Page 11 of the report, please.
Page 11 of the inspector's report.
The inspector's report, yes, please. Paragraph 37. Have you got to that paragraph?
Yes.
It's not only the offer of noise insulation and the threshold at which insulation is offered that is important, but also the whole mitigation package. Now just pause there. You here and you then were an important part of the London City Airport team.
I was part of the team.
Yeah, an important part.
Not for me to say.
No, very well, let me say it. You were an important part, and you can say you don't want to agree and we'll just leave it there. But you were a part of the team and you were alive to what the team was putting forward to the inspector.
Yes, but I'm not the noise witness.
No, I appreciate that, but you were alive, which was my question, to what was being put forward to the inspector.
I was broadly aware of it, but I'm not a noise mitigation specialist.
No, I understand that, but you were alive to the proposal which was being put forward, weren't you?
In general terms, yes.
And part and parcel of that proposal included what is set out at 37, the whole mitigation package, didn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, and if you look down that paragraph, you will see, in addition to the noise insulation scheme and the noise contour cap, these include caps on hourly, daily, bank holiday, weekend, weekly and annual movements, no night flights, a 24-hour closure period over the weekend. You were alive to that, weren't you?
Yes, but I think there's something important that you may be going to take me there, so forgive me, but I just want to say it now if I may. There was a balance struck at the time, and the inspector and the Secretary of State struck that balance between the noise impacts the mitigation and the economic benefits. We now have a proposal for the airport to be able to handle more passengers, which will deliver more economic benefit. We have a situation where over the week as a whole, the proposal will reduce noise below the levels that were assessed then as acceptable for a particular level of economic benefit. So there was a balance at the time. We have a proposal that increases economic benefits, reduces noise below that which was considered at the time, albeit there's more noise with development than without development in this case. The only exception is the difference on a Saturday afternoon. Now, I'm not going to give the noise evidence. I'm going to leave that to my colleague, Richard Greer. But, you know, let's just be realistic about this. There was a noise impact then and an economic impact then that was considered in balance.
And you didn't consider it either necessary or appropriate to advise the inspector, did you? That it was necessary for the airport to operate during that 24-hour closure period over the weekend?
At the time, it wasn't considered necessary. It now is.
It's now considered, and we'll come to when you arrived at that view, but let's just go back to the matter, because if we look, please, at page 73 of the decision letter.
The decision letter.
No, I beg your pardon, the report. I do beg your pardon, the report, page 73, paragraph 261.
Let me just check. Just seeing whereabouts in the decision letter that's.
No, it's paragraph 261.
No, it's under whose case it is. I realise the importance.
It's not under anybody's case. It's under the conditions, page 73 of the inspector's report. You see paragraph 261 now?
Yes.
The conditions agreed by the council and London City Airport prior to the inquiry were discussed at the inquiry. Now, first of all, those conditions were drawn to your attention before the inquiry started, weren't they?
Yeah, I'm just double checking the context for the paragraph. Just bear with me a second. I've learned over the years you need to read these inspectors' reports very carefully to understand what's being said where and by whom. Just checking this isn't under other parties' views on the conditions.
Are you happy with the sentence now?
I can see the
Happy to
sentence.
take the question?
I think look. Yeah, okay. I think it's just the inspector reporting. There's an obligation section before, then the conditions section. It's just our report structure.
Sorry, I was switched off, obviously. Yes, I can see that the pagination of this document is slightly odd.
Yes, so it begins at page 1 and then continues to the last page.
No, I meant where there were.
Anyway, this is paragraph 261, and the inspector is telling the Secretary of State that the conditions agreed by the council and LCY prior to the inquiry were discussed at the inquiry. My question of you is a simple one, is you were alive to those conditions, weren't you, before the inquiry?
Again, in broad terms, yes.
Yes. Following these discussions, the council has issued a final set of conditions with reasons to take on board the agreed amendments. These form the basis of my recommended conditions in Appendix C to this report, which also gives definitions used in the conditions and the reasons for each condition.
Yes.
Now, in actual fact, as a matter of law, the Secretary of State doesn't have to give reasons for a condition, but the local planning authority has to. But the inspector here was saying these are the reasons. Now the inspector says, I'm satisfied that all these conditions are reasonable and necessary and meet the tests in the NPPF. You see that sentence?
Yes.
And you were alive, weren't you, to the fact that in order for a condition to be imposed, it had to serve a planning purpose?
Yes, but I don't think the Saturday afternoon condition was a new condition, unless I'm wrong.
But it was being imposed, wasn't it? But you were alive to the fact, weren't you, that in order for a condition to be imposed, it had to serve a planning purpose.
I think you need to address that question to my colleague, Mr. Bashford.
And you were alive to the fact that in order for a condition to be imposed, it had to be necessary.
Again, I think that's a question for Mr. Bashford.
You think the Secretary of State could just impose
No,
something?
I think, Mr. Straker, with respect, what I said is I think that Saturday afternoon closure was not something that was on the table at that time. Saturday afternoon closure existed at that time, and therefore it was an existing condition. I think these questions on conditions need to go to Mr. Bashford.
Very well. Well, I can pose those questions to him, but nonetheless, let's look on, because you were alive to these conditions, involved in discussions about these conditions. Page 115, we have...
Can I just correct you? I wasn't involved in the discussions about conditions.
Well, in discussions with the inspector, but you were involved in discussions, weren't you, with your team about the conditions?
Internally, yes.
Yes, thank you. That's all I wanted to know. There's no trick questions here. I just want to know straightforwardly what was going on. And you were alive to these conditions and alive to what they said. And if we look, please, at page 115 in the inspector's report, we can see the reason for the imposition of the condition, which was agreed to by London City Airport as being necessary and serving a planning purpose. Do you see that in the middle of page 115?
Just a moment. Yeah. Yeah. What condition are we talking about? Sorry.
Condition 17.
Yeah.
Reason, in the interests of limiting the number of aircraft movements, in order to, so here we've got the purpose, the planning purpose, which is thought to be necessary, in order to protect the amenity of current and future occupants and neighbours, etc. I don't read on. So that was the reason for the condition, wasn't it?
I can see what's written there, but I really think you're putting these questions to the wrong witness. These are questions from Mr. Bashford.
Okay, well, let me try and help the inquiry in this way, if you don't mind. You've told us that you've been involved with the city airport basically throughout. Can you identify a document for the inquiry and for me in which the London City Airport have said that planning purpose no longer exists?
I'm not the right witness to address that question to, sir. I'm sorry.
You've read the material, have you, before?
I've read all of the material. Some of it I haven't read for a number of years, this one in particular. But I think if you're asking questions about conditions and the reason for conditions and noise, if it's noise, you need to ask Mr. Greer. If it's conditions, you need to ask Mr. Bashford. I'm simply not the right witness to address these points.
But forgive me, I wasn't asking you that question. So don't suppose that I'm asking you a question I'm not. I was asking you to identify a document for the inquiry. Forgive me, let me ask the witness the question, please. Ask a document where the London City Airport identify that this planning purpose is no longer served. You can't. Very
Can
well.
I just finish my answer, please?
Yes.
Stop interrupting me. It's getting very irritating. I can't identify a specific document that phrases it in those terms. It was quite clear from the master plan in 2020 that the airport was contemplating making the case to modify that condition. But in the terms in which you put the question to me, I can't identify a specific document.
Thank you. Now then, let's have a little look at the environmental statement for this application. And if we look at environmental statement volume 1 at paragraph 151, and I'm afraid I haven't got the CD reference to mention, but I hope it was on the list.
108, I think.
108, thank you.
1.8. What's paragraph number?
151. You got there?
Yes,
And we can see that the specialist project team for this application had been appointed.
yes,
Yes? And so that's the team which is referred to sometimes just as the team later on in this environmental statement. And we can notice that York Aviation LLP is there. That's you, isn't it?
yes,
Yes. And we can also notice that the ES records that the statement had to be prepared by competent experts with a statement by the developer outlining the relevant expertise or qualifications.
yes,
So everybody was alive to the question of expertise is needed to be shown here. And it's right, isn't it, that there had been prior to the environmental statement a exercise in public consultation, which I think Mr. Bashforth describes in his proof at .9.
I need to find his proof. Just bear with me a second. I have so many documents open that it's taking me a moment or two to find things. And it's 4.9, was it?
4.9, yes. I've been right with that.
Yes,
And before finalising, prior to finalising, a number of changes were made to the proposals. In the consultation material, do you see this? The airport suggested operating on Saturdays like any other weekday.
yes,
Do you remember that suggestion being made?
yes.
Yes. And that suggestion was supported by you, wasn't it?
What do you mean supported by? We looked at the implications of it and we assessed what implications that would have for levels of demand. It wasn't supported by us as such. Not our job to support one thing or another, it's to provide evidence and expertise.
But you provided evidence, did you, to say that there is a need to run to Saturday 2200 hours?
No, we didn't present a need in those terms. What we said is if the airport expanded to the 22:30 on a Saturday, this would be the consequence on demand. We hadn't made the need case at the time.
So you weren't thinking in terms of need at all?
We were thinking about it, but we didn't present or set out a need case in that level of detail at that time. It was a consultation on a proposal.
You see, forgive me for being slightly puzzled about this, Miss Condon, but we've seen how the Secretary of State said one thing was particularly necessary. That is to say, necessary to have a planning condition. And you are here propounding the view that your need overcomes that defined necessity by the Secretary of State. And I'm just curious to know, when you arrived at the view that there was the need for what you're now propounding.
I don't understand what your question is, sorry.
Well, I can repeat it if you like. It's quite a straightforward matter, but let me take it. I'm slightly puzzled as a preliminary because we've got a circumstance where the Secretary of State has said something is necessary. It's the condition, it's necessary. The Secretary of State has said that it's necessary. And you are here on the basis of saying, no, there's need for something or other, and that need overcomes the necessity for that condition. And I want to know, when you arrived at the view, as to what the need was that you're now propounding.
I think, Mr. Straker, you're asking me a planning balance question, and I'm not the planning witness, but we identified an aviation need for airlines to be able to make better use of their equipment at the airport in order to create the conditions for them to grow and better meet passenger demand. That required them to be able to operate for longer periods of time than the current restricted hours. So we identified that with the airport that the right balance was to say, actually, It's enough to ask them to be able to operate for longer on a Saturday. We don't need to ask for Sunday mornings. That would be enough to give the airlines the incentive to grow and refleet.
Okay.
There was a, can I finish?
Of course,
Yeah, there was a discussion. I sometimes have to pause to take breath. I'm sorry. There was a discussion and a thought about what time was the appropriate time. And it was felt prima facie that the right thing to do was to say, we ought to just make it like an ordinary weekday, because Saturdays very often are like weekdays for people in terms of their lives and their behaviours. Sundays are a little bit different. That was the proposition put out to consultation. There was very strong pushback from the local community. So we said, okay, what's the minimum we can manage by to create those conditions, to create the economically beneficial growth that also meets the needs of consumers? When you then set that alongside aviation policy and balancing benefits and costs, there are economic benefits from creating the conditions that enable the airport to grow, which includes Saturday afternoons. And those need to be weighed in the balance against the noise implications. And what's very interesting, and I'm sure Mr. Greer will be better able to express this than I am, but what's very interesting is the latest aviation noise policy statement, which I think is a core document. I can't remember the number of it. But if you look at the latest aviation noise policy statement that came out in March of this year, it's quite clear that economic benefits, if there are sufficient economic benefits, you don't always have to have a reduction in noise. It does contemplate circumstances where there may be a slight increase. So, I'm not the planning witness. I'm not the person who's going to be able to give you the planning balance evidence, but it's clear to me that we've got a substantial economic benefit over and above what CABAC would have delivered for a relatively modest increase in noise impact. And so I don't see any inconsistency in the position that says 11 years after we said we thought the optimum for the airport was this, and the airport accepting a continuation of its existing condition and actually saying, hold on a minute now, things have changed, circumstances have changed, we can get more benefit in this way, but by the way, we need to modify this condition. I personally can't see what the problem is.
Thank you very much for that. You will appreciate, Miss Congdon, that I am able to make submissions on your evidence and the way in which you answer my questions.
Yes.
Forgive me. I just want to point out to the witness, in fairness to the witness, that you haven't touched my question as to when you arrived at your view about the need in this matter. Now, we will leave it there, but go to the question of what need you actually assert. Could you look, please, at your proof of evidence at section 5. Could you have at the same time, please, the need case in the environmental statement?
Sorry, yeah, sorry.
Now, you record the need, something which is necessary, the need as being one for extended Saturday opening and additional early morning flights, correct?
In section 5 of the proof, yes, that's the heading.
Well, that's the only need you identify, in fact.
No, the whole document, the whole need case document is a need case document. The whole proof is addressing the need for the development.
Yes.
That's just a very specific chapter within it.
Yeah, but the point is that the need you identify, the thing you say is necessary, yes, necessary, is extended Saturday opening and additional early morning flights.
In that section, I've dealt with other aspects and other
Well, what else do you say is a necessity to be done?
The demand to grow to 99.
Forgive me. What else do you say is a necessity to be done?
The demand for to be able to, there's a demand to go to 9 million. The two things are not disassociable, they're related. The whole document has to be read in its entirety. This particular section is dealing specifically with the need for Saturday opening. The whole application wasn't simply for Saturday opening. it was to be able to lift the cap and grow to 9 million. So the whole documentation deals with both aspects together. But we knew the Saturday afternoon was a focus, which is why we dealt with a separate chapter.
Okay, so anyway, one of the needs you identify, one of the things you say is necessary, yes?
Yeah.
Is extended Saturday opening.
Yes?
And in the need statement, in the environmental statement, the labelling that was given to in the need case was simply under the heading, wasn't it? See page 44, page 4 of the need statement in the environmental statement of the need for greater operational flexibility.
Yes?
Yeah, very well. So we can see that you're saying as a desirable thing, there should be extended Saturday opening, and you also say as an desirable thing, there should be additional early morning flights.
Yes?
And I want to consider with you, please, what you having said that's necessary, what is not necessary at the moment is for anything permitted in the first planning permission, CAP1, is it? Because it's already there.
The permission to build the rest of the infrastructure?
Yeah,
or to...
That's not necessary, because it's
No.
there, you've got it.
Yeah.
The permission that you seek is not necessary for the continuation of London City Airport as an airport, is it?
Probably not, but you can never be quite sure if an airport is capped artificially below the levels of demand. That is the case. You may, you may get a period of stagnation, or, there may be threats to the economic viability of the airport for its owners, bearing in mind the financial stress post-pandemic.
Are you saying that unless you have extended Saturday opening, the airport is in danger of closure through lack of viability?
Not in black and white terms, but there is always that, in Dr. Smith's terms, there's always that unknown risk.
Are you saying that the airport is at risk of being unviable if it doesn't have additional early morning flights?
Again, you've got to look at the whole package.
Are you saying that the extended Saturday opening is necessary for the viability of any particular airline?
Not in terms, no.
Are you saying that the extended Saturday opening asserted need is necessary for the creation of new slots at London City Airport?
Not in the short term, but if I can add a caveat, I think you're making a lot of points here which don't actually address the policy test. Again, if you go back and look at aviation policy and look, for example, at Flight Paths to the Future, and the clear emphasis in policy on delivering for consumers and delivering a competitive industry. What we're trying to do here is make sure that London City Airport is able to deliver for consumers in a competitive industry. So the points you're putting to me are not the points that are the relevant ones, but for policy test. The policy test is this good? Is this good for consumers? And can the environmental impacts be managed? That's what policy takes us to, not whether or not there are spare slots that would be used in the short term. That's not the relevant test.
I'm asking about your proof where you've used the word need. Do you understand what need means?
Yes.
Good. Now, can we look at 541, please? Because these operational...
In the proof.
Your proof, 5.1 in your proof. The operational extension touches upon this matter as well as on the airlines. Do you see there? Very well. Delivering growth to meet the needs of local passengers.
Yes.
So you've identified the needs of local passengers as something we ought to be thinking about.
Yes.
And so by local passengers, you have in mind people who live in and around Newham.
In the local area, local study area that we
Very well. In and around Newham. And are those local passengers, are they peculiarly disabled from flying on Mondays to Fridays?
Well, again, you have to look at the nature of demand. People want to fly on different days of the week, but you're looking at it in terms of passengers without thinking about the airlines. and the airline's pattern of meeting that demand, if an airline, if you don't create the condition where an airline is able and wants to grow at an airport, the passengers can't use the service. And the airlines are very clearly telling us that they want more operational flexibility at London City to be able to put on the services that the passengers want to use. And you have to look at the pattern of how the airlines use their aircraft over the week. If you said, well, okay, those people who could have flown on a Saturday can fly in a spare slot on a weekday, which I think is Dr. Smith's proposition, that's fine, but the airlines then have to make a choice to not fly something else on that weekday. You have to look at it, how the airlines actually plan their schedules and plan their operations. It's much more complex than simply saying, oh, passenger wanted to fly on Saturday afternoon, could have flown on Friday. It's not that easy.
I'm asking you about your text, the needs of local passengers. And I've asked you the question, please, which I'd like an answer to, which is, are the local inhabitants in and around Newham peculiarly disabled from travelling on holiday or to see their friends on any day other than Saturday afternoon?
No, but it's an academic question. It's not relevant to whether or not the airlines will put on the portfolio of services viably to meet demand.
Now, can we have a look, please, if you don't mind, at a document within the environmental statement, folder 10. It's a supporting report, and it's the statement of community involvement.
Sorry, which document are we in now? Sorry.
It's the environmental statement, and it's the statement of community involvement. Yes, it ought to have been on the little list. 1.06.
Sorry, I need to find it again. Sorry, apologies. I have the document, page number.
And we've got here a statement of community involvement, which runs over a considerable number of pages. And I take it that you've had a chance to look at before this inquiry.
I've not had the time to spend any time looking at it, no.
No, but you've looked at it.
Only very cursorily, because it's not part of my suite of documents, or I haven't read every single page of every single document for this inquiry. Apologies, but I haven't read every single page.
You see, when one's considering the need of local inhabitants to fly on a Saturday afternoon, one might suppose that in the statement of community involvement, one would find some statement to that effect. I can only fly on a Saturday afternoon, therefore please open on Saturday afternoon. And obviously, if you haven't looked at it, you're not going to be able to help me as to whether there is any such reference in this document to such a person.
I can't comment on that document, but as I've just said in answer to your previous question, Mr. Straker, that's not the relevant question. The relevant question is, what portfolio of services are the airlines able or willing to viably operate from London City Airport? It's not the fact that a passenger may say, oh, well, I particularly want to fly on a Saturday afternoon. It's with respect not the relevant question. The relevant question is, if somebody wants to fly to X, wherever X is, be it Frankfurt or Mykonos on a Saturday afternoon, it's not the relevant question. The relevant question is, can the airline viably operate that service? Can the airline viably operate the aircraft from London City Airport if it's constrained in its operating hours?
Well, let's just say we under no misapprehension as between ourselves, just make it absolutely clear that in terms of the needs of an individual resident of the London Borough of Newham, you produce absolutely no evidence and make no assertion that there is a need of any individual in the London Borough of Newham to fly from the London City Airport on a Saturday afternoon.
Mr. Straker, yes, Mr. Straker, you're absolutely correct. I have not presented, can I finish the answer? I've not presented specific evidence that there is a need from an individual passenger. Had I anticipated your question, I could actually have gone into the data that we have available to see to what extent people from Newham who wish to fly on a Saturday are actually having to use other airports. But unfortunately, I didn't have notice of your question to enable me to do that analysis.
Alive to the proposition you were advancing to the inquiry throughout, weren't you?
I'm alive to the proposition, which is there is a need for London City Airport to have greater flexibility for the airlines in order to incentivise them to modernise their aircraft fleets and in order to enable them, in combination, to better meet the demand for air travel in aggregate from the catchment area served by London City Airport.
Very well. Well, let's look at that because it appears that it's everything relates back always to the airlines. Now, let's just have a look at the point about the incentivization to the quieter aircraft. Because you tell us, don't you, the paragraph which I'll turn up in a moment in your proof of evidence, the various factors which apply to an airline in working out what it's going to do in terms of changing its aircraft.
Yes?
Yes. And plainly that's going to be a business decision for the airline in which the principal question is going to be asked and answered, wherein lies the financial benefit to us?
Yes?
Yeah. And at your 5316, we can see, can't we, that there are certain matters which inevitably would be considered in arriving at a view what's going to be financially advantageous to us, to include the fact that the larger, quieter aircraft are about 20%, 1 in 5, more fuel efficient than the aircraft they're replacing. That's right, isn't it?
Approximately, yes.
Yeah, and that would be a big factor because some accountant somewhere in the office of the airline would say, by the way, you know, the fuel is 20% more efficient here than elsewhere. Yes?
Yes, it's
Good.
one of the factors.
And then you've got more seats per aircraft, and one can put this no doubt in pejorative language or otherwise. Yeah, you can cram more people in to make the operation more efficient.
Yes?
Yes. And in any event, on the aircraft operating at the moment, steps can be taken to put more seats in, can't they? I think it was reported the other day that City Flyer is doing exactly that.
Yes,
Yes.
of course they're doing that because they haven't reached the point where it's economic for them to contemplate buying new aircraft because of the restricted operating hours at their main operating base at London City.
And lower maintenance costs is a further feature which the accountants would be very keen on because they would no doubt be able to say it costs us so much per hour to maintain X and rather less to maintain Y.
Yes, I mean, these are all reasons why in the end, that we entirely agree that airlines will refleet. And I think there's not much between us and Dr. Smith on the airline refleeting incentives at all. It's simply creating the circumstances where the airlines are incentivised to refleet at London City earlier. At the moment, London City operations are at the back of the queue for refleeting because of the restricted operating hours. What we want to do in order to deliver benefit for the community as a whole is actually put London City Airport to the front of the queue.
Could we look, please, at that folder 10 supporting reports, which I've mentioned, I think, before in the environmental statement community involvement. There's a whole load in it, incidentally, which precedes these pages, which describes local reaction being unfavourable to taking away Saturday curfew or respite. But if we go to page 69 of this.
That numerical PDF.
69 of the report, under the heading of general expansion of the airport.
Yeah.
Yes, and on that page 69, there's a line about a quarter of the way down saying issue raised, and above it, we see certain text, which are my copies in blue, sets out the airport's response to the main themes raised by the consultation feedback, and explains how this has influenced the revised proposals in the Section 73 application.
I can't see the issue raised point, but
all right, maybe it's just a textual thing on mine, but you can see, can you, the text which says the section sets out the airport's response to the main themes raised, and then goes on to say, in what in my text is the penultimate line in blue, the airport team.
I think I might be on a different page. I'm on PDF page 69 or sorry, page
72.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
I think it's pagination point then, because I'm not seeing the team.
This section sets out the airport's response to the main themes raised by the consultation feedback.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just trying to find the word team in that page.
The last sentence. Text.
Oh, right. Sorry. Yes. Yeah. Sorry, I was looking under the heading. Apologies.
No. Do you see that? The airport team then reviews these themes and populated responses. And we've seen you're part of that team, aren't you?
Not in the context of this. This was the airport's internal management team.
So it's not the team which was identified in the environmental statement as being the team with expertise.
Not how I would read that. That was the airport internal team.
So London City Airport's response. So this response had nothing to do with you then, does it? Is that right? LCY recognises and appreciates the concern that many residents may have at the prospect of LCY flights continuing to Saturday afternoons.
I had no input to that document.
So when it says that the requirements of our airlines with the concerns of local residents and stakeholders, as well as mitigating the potential impacts, that's not text which you produced in any shape or form or contributed to.
No.
So you can't tell us what our airlines actually are.
Not in the context of this report, no.
Or at all.
Well, I'm aware that there are airlines such as Logan Air, such as KLM, who've also written supporting statements to the inquiry, or in support, I think originally to Newham, personally.
We've limited the proposed extension to operating hours on Saturday afternoons to what is necessary to operate sufficient movements to enhance the investment case for cleaner, quieter, new generation aircraft. You had no input into that exercise.
I was party to discussing it in the context of the application, but I had no input to this document.
So you can't help us or help the Secretary of State as to what is meant by sufficient movements there.
Well, yes, in the sense we were doing the movement forecast. We did movement forecasts for different potential accommodations of opening hours.
Yeah, but it says what is necessary to operate sufficient movements to enhance. So somebody had in mind a number of sufficient movements. You can't tell us what it is.
Well, it's what the application addresses the number of movements that we think are associated with a 6:30 closure on a Saturday with the extra hour for arrivals in summer. That's the number of movements that we think is sufficient to incentivise the case. That's the number of movements that are contemplated and considered in calculating the benefit to the airline of Saturday afternoon opening.
But someone here thought about what was necessary by way of sufficient movements to enhance an investment case.
Well, that was informed by the airport management team's discussions with the airlines. I got feedback from those discussions, but it was the airport management team had discussions with the airlines following the very strong pushback from the community on the 10:30 proposal. The airport management team had discussions with the airlines, and the airlines told the airport management team that the minimum that would be necessary to create that incentive was 6:30. We then looked at what 6:30 would mean in terms of the number of movements, produce that data so it could be assessed by all the other environmental disciplines.
So somebody somewhere said, you must go to 6:30, and that led to the proposition stated here of a sufficient movements to enhance the investment case.
And that was based on the airport management team, as in the team at the top of the page, their discussions with the airlines.
Very well, very interesting. And the enhancement to the investment case, which is given here, enhance is a word which indicates something which in terms of investment can be measurable. You can offer no view, can you, or clue as to what the level of enhancement actually is?
Well, I can, because it's table 5.2 of my proof.
Table 5.2 of your proof page.
On page 42, elapsed page, I can't remember the PDF page, but number page.
Comparative airline fleet orders for costs and revenues for 119, 190, 195 at LCY.
Yeah, and those are the figures that I think were put to Dr. Smith and he accepted.
Yes, that may be so, but it doesn't answer my question remotely. My question is about, here it is being said and put before the Secretary of State by this environmental statement, that there is an enhancement to the investment case. An enhancement of an investment case is something which is measurable. And I want your view, please. I want to know whether you've ever seen any figure given for this purpose of what the enhancement to the investment case actually is.
As I said, it's set out in table 5.2 of my proof.
Okay, well, let's then think a little further, if you don't mind, about airline demand, because that effectively is what you're saying is the need. And we've got at your appendix 1 a letter to Mr. Sinclair, who I think is the departing, or maybe departed, chief executive of London City Airport.
I think he might be in the room today, actually.
Oh, right, he's in today, but I think he's departing at some stage. Anyway, he may be making a farewell appearance here. Anyway, this letter comes to him and dear Robert. Is there any letter which precedes this?
I think there was an earlier representation to you.
Is there any letter to BA City Flyer which precedes this, which says, please, can we have your comments?
No, I think this letter follows the meeting I had with them to make sure I was fully aware of the incentives before I wrote my proof of evidence.
And do you know whether it was suggested in any shape or form what should go into this letter?
No.
No. Okay, well, let's have a look, please. It's in this context at the foot. We see that extended operating hours are particularly important. And it says in the preceding paragraph, an increasing number of local residents looking for more choice and convenience for their leisure travel. See that?
Yes.
We've already had a discussion which has led to the identification of nobody who finds it necessary to travel on a Saturday afternoon, not otherwise. Can you just help, please, as to whether BA City Flyer is some organisation which is likely to be imperiled in its existence if Saturday respite is still allowed to the residents of the London Borough of Newham?
I think BA City Flyer may continue to curtail its operations at London City Airport if it's not able to fly on Saturday afternoons. It may continue to do what it has been doing for the last few years, which is take aircraft out of London City and continue to fly them at weekends from other airports, be it Southampton, Belfast City, Edinburgh, to name three. Now, you know, to go back to your question which you put, or what you put again a moment ago, I can't identify a single person from you who wants to fly on a Saturday. With respect, that's being slightly mischievous and misquoting. What I said is I hadn't done the analysis to enable me to do that because I didn't know that specific question was coming. That's far from me agreeing or saying that there's nobody in Newham that wants to fly on a Saturday afternoon. That is simply not true and cannot be true.
But you've got nobody, have you? In terms of any identified document, despite the fact matter being flagged up, not least in this letter of the 1st of November 23, about what local residents actually need to do. Because you've put it in terms of a need for local residents to be able to use London City Airport on a Saturday afternoon, and you can't support that, can you?
Yes, I can. What I've said is there is a need, there's a policy need, there's a need at the consumer benefit that is sufficient to create a need for airport expansion, for passenger demand to be met as long as it's environmentally within acceptable limits. That's the overall need and the reason why the government supports growth in aviation activity. The ability of passengers to use a convenient local airport delivers community consumer benefits. That's part of the reason the government thinks there's a need in the making best use policy to allow airports to make best use of existing runways. You know, the need for an individual passenger to fly on a Saturday afternoon isn't the point with respect, Mr. Straker. It's the need in the round for passenger demand to be met and to be met in a way that delivers consumer and economic benefits. That's what this proposal is geared at doing. Not whether one person wants to go to Mykonos on a Saturday afternoon, with respect.
Do you understand there to be a difference between something which is desirable and something which is necessary?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I can leave matters there. Thank you very much. Just before.
Yes, thank you. Bang on the time there. Thank you. We've got cross-examination later by Hakan. Are you happy to go this afternoon? Yeah. 1.5. Okay, so we might not get through everything tonight. Well, I'm yeah, I think 5 o'clock. So we'll break later when convenient, but that's helpful. I've got a couple of questions as well, but I think I'll wait until after you've cross-examined by Mr. Font. Okay, all right.
Did I understand, Madam, from that we will be finishing at 5 o'clock today?
Yes. Okay, all right. So we'll have a short break. So we'll reconvene at 4:45. Thank you.
Did you bring the black coffee? No, all right, that
Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We will reconvene. It's 4:45. And Mr. Hon, if you would like to commence your cross-examination part of that.
Madam, thank you very much indeed. Good afternoon, Ms. Condon.
That's right, but can I just say, lest anybody has a different view, that I propose to get a message passed to Mr. Thornley Taylor that he does not need to be here before 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
You hang fire just until we know where we are with the timings after this cross-examination. Yeah, I'm mindful of obviously his travel needs and stuff. Well, as soon as we're sort of get a little bit more ahead, then yeah.
Sorry, that's right.
Not at all. Let us restart. So, Ms. Condon, can we begin in your main proof of evidence, please? And forgive me for that, I'm mainly going to be using physical page numbers. I hope that's okay.
It's fine by me.
On your page 2, paragraph 1.2.1, please.
Yes.
You give in that paragraph and indeed thereafter your specialisms and your experience. Just looking at your academic specialisms, it's correct, isn't it, that by training you are not an economist?
No, but I did specialise in transport geography and also in economic geography. And lest you wonder what a Master of Transport Design is, it was actually a transport course within a town and country planning department.
Then turning please to losing altitude, which is CD 3.5.11.
Just bear with me a second while I've got it open. I just need to find it.
We'll go there a few times, so have it.
Yeah, no, I have all the documents open, but whether I can find them immediately is another matter. Yes.
Yes, can we go in the document to the second last page, please, which is page 37, 38, something like that.
PDF on this one.
Okay, so it's the second last page of the PDF as well.
What's the page number?
Second last page.
Yes.
You'll see there that that has the various details about the report, who wrote it. We see that that was Dr. Chapman, and then the peer reviewer. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you see that the peer reviewer there is John Ciro, and that it gives his role with the European Transport Conference. You're aware that John Ciro is a well-regarded consultant, isn't he?
I'm aware that he gave evidence against Bristol Airport and that he works for Jacobs. I'm also aware from what was said yesterday that he did his peer review not on behalf of Jacobs, his employer, but as an independent individual. I'm also aware of the European Transport Conference. Indeed, I was a guest speaker at one of their seminars last year, which was apparently their best rated seminar ever.
Well, congratulations for that. Let's focus on the lovely Mr. Ciro for now. As you said, he's a well-regarded consultant within Jacobs. Interesting that you mentioned one of his many pieces of work, which was to do with Bristol Airport. You wouldn't characterize Mr. Ciro as a campaigner, would you?
I don't personally know him. I didn't do that inquiry myself, so I don't know that. Equally, I don't know how well regarded he is in the sector. I just am aware he works for Jacobs.
I mean, you've done so many inquiries, you must have come across Jacobs a number of times, haven't you?
Not generally at these sorts of inquiries. I mean, I usually as a highway modelling consultancy, not usually in terms of the overall demand forecasting or need case. I think Bristol was the first one they've done.
Super, well, put that aside for now and let's look next at the Jet Zero strategy. And can we start in your main proof of evidence, please, page 15?
Let's find Jet Zero for a second and then,
Don't go to it. I'll ask you to go to documents when
Okay,
you need to.
sorry.
Your main proof of evidence, please, page 15. Your paragraph 3.4.7.
Yeah.
You set out a paragraph of the Jet Zero strategy, and then you make the point after that paragraph that it's important to note the airport capacity assumptions in the modelling made by DfT for Jet Zero, that it made allowance for London City's growth plan as set out in the master plan, and you quote there the numbers. Dr. Chapman's right, isn't he, that in fact the government has been at pains to state that this in the Jet Zero strategy should not be taken to prejudge any planning decisions about airport capacity?
yes, in that sense, I mean, what they've done in the Jet Zero modelling is they've said, in essence, and it's very interesting, it often gets misunderstood. What they've said is, if we allow all of the airports to grow, what's the level of demand in the UK system at that point? They've not made a decision at that point as to which airports will grow by which amount. So we're not making the case that they've endorsed London City. What we're making the point there is that if London City was to expand up to 9, indeed up to 11, it wouldn't of itself prevent them meeting the Jet Zero target.
And if you do wish to look at any of the underlying documents, I'm going to take you to this document next, which is the modelling document. So it's CD 3.5.13.
It's just going against one of the documents I have open, but just, yeah.
In the PDF, page 20.
Sorry, I'm just opening. So let me find it again. I think it's why we know it goes down. 3D, it's 513, you said?
Yes, 3.5.13.
Yeah, apologies. I'd closed it mistakenly.
PDF, page 25.
Yes.
And we see that at paragraph 3.17, the capacity assumptions required, so 3.17 on page 25, do you see that? First sentence, the capacity assumptions required by the model do not prejudge the outcome of any future planning applications, including decisions taken by the ministers. So they're very clear about that. I'd like you also to go in that document, please, to page 6, to paragraph 1.5. which looks at the approach taken to forecasting and the COVID-19 pandemic. So paragraph 1.5.
Yes.
Because you said in your examination in chief and indeed at the beginning of your cross-examination that you've used DfT elasticities. And so I think in answer to my learned friend, Mr. Straker, your point was that changes in relation to COVID are reflected within those elasticities. And if you look, please, at this paragraph 1.5, you'll see that the DfT says, the second sentence, the most up-to-date forecasts on the economic drivers, GDP, trade, oil price, taxes and fares have been used, but these cannot fully explain the short-term disruption caused to aviation demand by the COVID-19 pandemic. So pausing there, we will go on to the next sentences. Pausing there, it's right, isn't it? That in fact, the DfT modelling recognises its own shortcomings here, that they can't and don't fully explain the short-term disruption caused by the COVID-19 pandemic.
Yes, that's what it says. But I think, again, it's a bit like the conversation I was having with Mr. Straker earlier this afternoon. What they're saying is, when you look at these long-term relationships to GDP, as indeed our forecasts do, and we are quite clear in the need case that that's the situation, what a forecast that looks at the relationship between GDP and passenger demand cannot do is account for restrictions that prevent people who would have wanted to fly from flying because of COVID-19. So I do not take that to mean that they would need to recalibrate the elasticities because of COVID-19, but simply that you can't use the model to predict what demand was through UK airports in 2021, 22, 20 and even 23. We haven't yet recovered fully from the effect of all of those restrictions.
The point actually is, though, the one that it goes on to make, isn't it? Which is a little bit further down in the paragraph. It's after the sentence about CO2 emissions. This approach presents a risk that the forecasting of underlying base emissions is an overestimate. And indeed, what the DfT have accepted is, because of the nature of the way the modelling works, they may indeed have overestimated demand, haven't they?
Well, no, we can't say that with any certainty, nor can we say that the elasticities are fundamentally wrong. In many ways, it goes back to the conversation I had in evidence in chief with Mr. Humphreys about looking at the underlying economic data in the years. And those economic data and those economic projections have moved around a lot. They were reduced quite significantly in November 22, but they've now gone back up again in November 23. So you have to be very, very careful about understanding and interpreting what these statements say or mean.
Well, to be fair to this document and to what the DfT is giving as a very clear indication of its own limitations, the DfT itself recognises that there is a risk of overestimation in their approach, don't they? That's what that says in terms.
It says there may be, but you can't then say, and therefore there is overestimation. What they're saying is at the point when they wrote this, which remember this was written in March 22, when we were still in the middle of, very definitely still in the middle of COVID recovery, we were all still walking around wearing masks most of the time. They were saying when this document was produced, there was that degree of uncertainty.
And then the next sentence says that that's a risk that they deem to be acceptable when they're assessing strategies to reduce potential CO2 aviation emissions. But of course, it's not as acceptable a risk when you're looking at assessing this type of airport application, is it?
Well, no, because I don't agree with you, I'm afraid, Ms. Dale. That's exactly why we've put forward a range of forecasts. We've put forward a slower growth case, and we've assessed the costs and the benefits in terms of environmental impacts and economic benefits with that slower growth case. So we factored in that risk by using the faster and slower growth paced approach. So we've taken account of that.
That's helpful. Thank you very much. Next, you mentioned an examination in chief, emphasising, indeed in cross-examination, the government's policy approach to aviation is to stimulate competition so that the market can benefit consumers. Can we go, please, to document CD 3.10.09, which is entitled Government in Markets?
Bear with me a second. I have to take me slowly through this. It's not a document I use frequently.
It's fine. CD 3.10.9, Government in Markets, Why Competition Matters, a Guide for Policymakers.
Yes.
And if you go to the executive summary, which in the PDF is page 5, you'll see that this gives in the first paragraph a basic description of what markets are and what well-regulated competitive markets can achieve. Then the second paragraph deals with when markets are working well and when competition is providing the relevant incentives. The third paragraph then talks about when markets left to their own devices don't necessarily deliver the best outcomes, and the government sets legal and institutional frameworks for markets and companies to operate in. This is the middle of the paragraph. That is, it puts in place rules and regulations that determine the appropriate conduct of firms and individuals and the institutions necessary for enforcing that. Then
I think you're going to have to give me time to actually read the document, or at least that page of the document, if you don't mind, Mr. Hahn, because it's not a document I'm familiar with.
Well, let me say to you what I am going to ask you, and then you can absolutely reread anything that you want to in order to answer. But at least through these 3 paragraphs, we've established that the government is talking about markets when they work well and when the government will be intervening in the markets. If you go further on in that document to page 18 in the PDF, the government identifies the various types of intervention in the ways that it participates in the market. And we see at the end of that little set of boxes that that's one of those ways is regulation and influence through statutory requirements, information campaigns.
Sorry, we've lost track of what, is it PDF page?
PDF page 18,
Yeah.
big heading, 5 types of intervention. And this is types of government intervention participating in the market. We see that in figure 5.1.
Yes.
And we see that there are a number of types of intervention, direct and indirect. And one of the types of intervention is regulation and influence. Do you see that on the far box?
Yes.
And we see that that is through statutory requirements, information and campaigns. And one of the types of statutory requirements and regulation is the statutory planning application process via the Town and Country Planning Act and the 2004 Act, isn't it?
Yes, but I think that's exactly covered by the reference back in Flight Path to the Future and in the Jet Zero strategy to the existing planning policy frameworks, such as making best use of existing runways, continuing to be enforced. So insofar as the government have said there's a regulatory response to airport capacity, it's that regulatory response set out in the policy document, making best use, superseded, well, not superseded, but more recently endorsed, reconfirmed in Flight Path to the Future, which more so than any other aviation policy document I've seen in my 50 odd years of dealing with the sector, had more than ever before have I seen an emphasis on the consumer.
Ms. Condon, I didn't actually ask you about any of that, but you very kindly answered the question that I asked directly, which is that this is one of the types of regulation. I wasn't really going to anything that you then clarified. You may recall that one of the things that Dr. Chapman relies on to identify why he considers this decision to be an intervention by the government is this analysis that in this document, the government identifies that regulation and influence through these sorts of statutory requirements is an intervention in the market. Now, I know you disagree with his overall analysis, but perhaps you might at least accept that this description by the government of what a market intervention is supports his analysis.
No, I don't agree. This defines the regulation, i.e., in terms of aviation and airports, the making best use policy as the intervention. Not
no, with respect, I thought we had agreed that one of the types of regulation is the statutory planning application process by the 1990 Act and the 2004 Act.
Apologies, I hadn't agreed to that. Your questions are so long, sometimes I find it difficult to understand what's the statement. And
well, that was a very clear and short question, to which you said the answer was yes.
No, you asked me about that box on the right of the page. I said yes to that box. I didn't, and if I did say yes to the Town and Country Planning Act decision, I didn't mean to. I was saying yes to that box.
Okay, well, we looked at the box, we looked at what it said, and then I asked you, one of the types of regulation is the statutory planning application process via the 1990 Act and the 2004 Act. And now I have that your answer is you do not agree that that is one of the regulation processes. So on your analysis, the only market regulation, market intervention that falls within that is planning policy, general planning policy, is it?
That would be my understanding, particularly when you look again at what the the tag guidance, the web tag guidance, the Green Book addresses. It's government policy decisions.
Right, so let's look at that actually. Let's look then at web tag. And let's start in your rebuttal, please, page 11. And can you also have, please, INQ 12 handy, which is the 2018 version. And we'll start off with CD 3.10.4, which is the 2022 tag guidance.
You can only have one open at a time, so which one do you want to go to first?
Well, that's a bit difficult when you're trying to compare documents. Well, let's see how we get on.
Yeah, I have a comparison table, so if I'll just pull it out.
Very good. Well, in your rebuttal then, let's start there at page 11 and we'll see how we get on. Paragraph 3.2.5, please. You're talking about the appraisal guidance and one of the points you make in that paragraph that is, in fact, very little of substance has actually changed. So if we look at whichever version of updated version of the document you want to look at, 2022 or the 2023 version, it's right, isn't it, when you look at the first set of paragraphs. So I'm in CD 3.10.4 for those who can look at the documents. It's right, isn't it, that paragraph 1.1.2 is all new, isn't it?
Sorry, which paragraph?
1.1.2.
Let me just pull up. I'm struggling to find 18 again. Yeah.
So it's PDF page 3, actual page 3.
Yeah, on the 18 version.
So the 18 version is the original version.
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to.
Then CD 3.10.4 is the 2022 version.
Yeah.
And then we have a 2023 version.
Yeah. I thought I
just
had them all open. I'm just struggling. The 18's closed itself down again.
Okay.
Let me just open it up again. Okay, so I have the 18 in front of me.
Good. And then the 2022 version, if you compare them, I think you did say you had a comparison table. Paragraph 1.1.2, that's all new, isn't it?
No, just wait a second. It's certainly different, yes.
It's new, it wasn't in the 2018 guidance, it's now in the 2022 and 2023 guidance, it's new.
Yes.
Then 1.1.3, we had definitely in the 2018 guidance, the main user of this guidance is expected to be the DFT itself. The new text is, but we expect this guidance to be useful to other appraisal practitioners, considering the impacts from non-government aviation interventions. That also is new text, isn't it?
I believe so.
And even on your analysis, this proposal would fall within a non-government aviation intervention, wouldn't it?
Not really.
How so?
I don't know what a non-government intervention is. I'm struggling to understand what it might be, frankly.
Well, it's a private sector, on your analysis, it's a private sector aviation scheme.
It might be relevant for an individual considering options for expansion. They were seeking to choose, say, their own framework for deciding which was the best option. It might be appropriate. But it's quite clear. I mean, I think it's very significant that paragraph 1.1.4 was added in November 22.
We are getting there, but let's take things one step at a time. So just so that I understand what you think, you do not consider that non-government aviation interventions includes this type of private scheme coming forward?
Not in my knowledge, no.
So when it says useful to other appraisal practitioners on your understanding does not include people undertaking EIA assessing the need case for airport expansion.
Not in my experience, no.
No, it's not in your experience, it's not in your understanding. But this is what your understanding is of the document.
My understanding is based on my experience.
You do accept, though, that WebTag has made it very clear in this paragraph 1.1.3 that it is not solely to be used by DFT.
It's presented as a tool which people can choose to use or not.
So I think the answer to my question is yes, you accept that WebTag is not solely to be used by the DFT.
I'm saying it is presented as something which may be useful to other practitioners. It's for those practitioners to decide whether they wish to use it.
So by force of logic, it is not something that is solely for the use of the DFT.
I don't believe we've ever said it is solely for use by DFT. What they've said is it's a tool that people may choose to use.
Okay, so if you've never said that it's solely for the use of the DFT, I think we can agree that it isn't.
It isn't solely for their use, but it isn't required to be used by anybody else.
Super. So paragraph 1.1.4, please. We know that you take a particular view on the meaning of this paragraph. We see this from your rebuttal, which may be open still at page 11, paragraph 3.2.5 to 3.2.6. We know that you think that this means that the WebTag approach is not applicable in the inquiry or the planning inquiry process. And what I'm going to ask you about in light of this is INQ09. It's the emails from Mr. Heffernan.
Yes.
So can we have a look at that, please?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll do that. And you'll see that in the middle of the page, when Dr. Chapman is telling Mr. Heffernan about this inquiry, he says that he thinks it's likely that there's a debate about the applicability and relevance of TAG to the proposed expansion of London City Airport, currently in appeal with the Planning Inspectorate, which he thought at that point would come up in early December when the inquiry hears evidence on economics and forecasting, and he asks if the clarification can be shared with the inquiry. So just pausing there and taking this bit by bit. When Mr. Heffernan gives his answer to say that he's happy for this to be shared, he was aware that that was in the context of the inquiry into the expansion of London City Airport, wasn't he?
Yes.
And he would be aware that the expansion of London City Airport is not a publicly funded scheme, wouldn't he?
Yes,
So Mr. Heffernan takes, if we see, between the 30th of November and the 5th of December to consider, and he responds that his clarification is happy to be shared with the inquiry. We see that at the top.
yes, I think there was a weekend in the way, so that might have explained the delay.
Yes. Had his view been that WebTag was not applicable to a planning inquiry into a privately funded scheme, he would have said that to help the inspectors, wouldn't he?
He might have said that, but I think what he does say is interesting. He doesn't say it is applicable. He simply says it's not meant to imply that it is not applicable, i.e., if somebody, a non-government body, chose to do it, it wouldn't be ruled inapplicable. But I think what's very interesting is when he goes on to say about the guidance is by case business model. And as I said this morning, when you look at the 5 cases business model, that can be construed one of 2 ways. Strictly, the 5 cases business model is something that is a decision maker on a financial scheme. Is it something that we want to pay for? Is it something that we think we can deliver and manage if you look at the full nature of the 5 cases business model? If you look at the concept of the 5 cases business model and the criteria that you are supposed to apply, which I think is set out, posted down again now in the tag guidance, but it covers things like strategic case, covers things like the economic case. So the web tag bit is only part of the economic case. You've got to also look at the strategic case, you've got to look at the management case, you've got to look at the financial case. Now, the strategic case is policy. The other dimensions are covered in the environmental statement. All of the dimensions that you need to cover in a planning application are covered in documentation before this examination. Web tag is only a little bit of an economic appraisal. And when you actually look at the guidance, there's a lot of talk about proportionality in that and doing what you need to do in the relevant circumstances. So even if you were to follow WebTag, it doesn't follow that you do the full quantified bean counter bit that Dr. Chapman's done.
So we agree that if you choose to do a WebTag assessment, what Mr. Heffernan clarifies is that that wouldn't be inapplicable to a planning process like London City Airport.
If you chose to do one, it would be something that the inspectors could totally ignore.
WebTag itself, and it doesn't matter which version of WebTag you have a look at, because it was in 2018, 2022, and 2023, in paragraph 3.2.2. I'm looking at page 5 of 2023, but it's any of them, 3.2.2. The guidance has been throughout that as part of the appraisal, the key impacts on the various groups should be monetized as far as possible. You see that?
I see that's what it says, but that of course is only...
I haven't asked a question about that yet. So it would have been open to you if you had wished to do so, and indeed we'll get on to the carbon stuff that you do, it would have been open to you to monetize the noise and the carbon impacts, wouldn't it?
If we had chosen to do a WebTag appraisal, it would have been open to us to have done that, yes.
And if we look actually at what you say within your proof of evidence, can we go to the main proof of evidence, please, on page 59, at paragraph 6.6.2. We see there, sort of in the middle of the page, when you're describing the socioeconomic welfare assessment that you do undertake, you say this: the approach is the same in concept as the economic elements of the DFT's WebTag approach. So even in your own analysis, you're drawing from and relying on elements or same in concept as parts of WebTag, aren't you?
We made a conscious decision to present cost benefit analysis as part of the suite of economic indicators. And we took some parallels from WebTag, but it isn't presented very conspicuously and deliberately as not a full WebTag appraisal.
Yes, absolutely. In fact, no one has ever suggested that a full WebTag appraisal would be what would be required. But what you chose to do when you took this WebTag adjacent approach was that you chose to exclude monetization of what everybody accepts is one of the key impacts, which is the noise impact.
It wasn't considered necessary to do so, particularly in the circumstances where there's actually a reduction in noise compared to the consented baseline.
So just to be absolutely clear, although WebTag has said throughout that as part of the appraisal, the key impacts on various groups should be monetized as far as possible. You weren't doing a full WebTag, but you were doing a sort of WebTag inspired or WebTag adjacent analysis. And you chose to exclude monetization of the key reason for refusal, the noise impact.
Well, if you remember rightly, we had done the socioeconomic cost benefit analysis was part of the need case. It was before we knew what the reason for refusal would be. Indeed, at the point when we did that, we were not aware necessarily that the scheme would be refused. So we haven't updated the appraisal for the purposes of this inquiry because we don't think a WebTag appraisal is required.
You might not think it's required, but of course, in the way that you've used parts of the WebTag appraisal because you think they're helpful, it could be helpful to the inquiry for them to be monetized, couldn't it?
It could be, but of course, we discussed this morning the fact that Dr. Chapman is going to have a look again at some of his recalculations of his table 2. And I would hope when he's heard the evidence from Mr. Greer that he will also recalculate his noise impacts in table 2.
He definitely will be dealing with
and then
noise impacts.
And can I finish?
Oh, you can, of course.
And then perhaps we will be able to see the impact if we had put before the inquiry a full WebTag appraisal. But we still take the position that it is not something that's required for a planning application in circumstances where you have a full environmental assessment that enables the inspectors to make a decision.
Yes, but we've moved on from the what's required to the what's helpful point. And I think you and I at least agree on this, that in light of the clarification from the DFT and in light of what the WebTag guidance says, it's open to the inspectors to take into account Dr. Chapman's evidence on the monetization of noise and carbon, isn't it?
It's their decision whether to take it into account. But if they're going to take it into account, it needs to be correctly applied throughout.
And indeed, it's open to them to give weight to that assessment of benefits and disbenefits in the planning balance, isn't it? They're not prevented from doing that.
They're not prevented from doing it, but what they must do is do that following the full weight of the latest WebTag guidance as set out in November 2023.
Yes, let's go to that, because that's exactly what we say too. But you think that's a point against Dr. Chapman, and we think that's a point in his favour. So let's analyse that. First is displacement. Can you get the latest WebTag guidance, please? That's INQ 13.
Yeah. So in a second, I've got 22 open at the moment.
Yes, well, you specifically referred to the latest one.
Yeah, no, I'm
So
not.
let's go to it.
I'm not arguing. I'm just saying I've got the wrong one open at the moment.
So INQ 13, have you?
Yes.
There?
Yeah.
Oh, super.
Yeah.
Do let me know when you're out of place.
Sorry.
That's okay. And sort of on the theme of what's new and what isn't new, if you go on to page 9 of that document, which is where the environmental impacts begin, and we see greenhouse gases at 3.3.3. Apart from that sort of first line, which talks about the tag unit A3 and the unusual features, new in the 2023 guidance, which wasn't in 2018 or 2022, is that second half of that paragraph, the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth bullet points, and indeed everything up until we have the radiative forcing stuff on page 11. All of that's new, isn't it?
Yes, I think so.
And what was forcefully put to Dr. Chapman, if you go on page 11, that second bullet point down deals with a number of things. In the middle of it, it says, in some circumstances, there may be evidence of a UK policy or scheme that has displaced emissions from other geographies or elsewhere within the sector, where it's proportionate and possible to do so. Displacement should be considered, that bullet point.
Yes.
And you'll recall that it was quite forcefully put to Dr. Chapman that he should have factored in displacement into his analysis. And I want to ask you 3 different questions about that. The first is, in your examination in chief, you distinguished for us between passenger displacement and aircraft displacement, and employment displacement, 3. But the displacement that you rely on, the passenger displacement, the one that's that you say is in the need case, can you point us in your assessment, please, to where the extent of that displacement is shown, so that Dr. Chapman could have factored that into his carbon calculation?
We didn't, as I said in evidence in chief, state how much of the demand from London that would want to use London City with development opposed to without. We didn't state explicitly the proportion that was displaced as opposed to the proportion that was priced off from travelling because of the constraint. As I said in evidence in chief, it's around 95% of passengers are displaced and around 5% would be priced off. But that is different in the sense that, and that's what we use to inform the journey time saving calculation. And it's clear in documentation that we've taken those journey time savings and we've explained how we've done it. It was an omission, and I'll put my hand up, that we didn't put that 95.5 percentage in the lead case or in the evidence. But when it comes to the aircraft, the aircraft displacement is 100%, because as I said before, we've already got evidence of airlines taking aircraft away to airports elsewhere in the UK and flying them at weekends because they can't fly them from London City. You extrapolate that forward, and that same aircraft will fly somewhere else. It will operate. BA City Flyer are not simply going to not grow as an airline because London City isn't there. They're going to say, well, actually, my next best alternative is to set up a base at Stansted, or set up a base at Southampton, or re-enter Manchester base where their head office is. They're not going to not fly and not expand. So the aircraft will still fly. So for aircraft carbon displacement, it's more like 100%.
All right, so there's a few things to unpack there. First things first, though, Dr. Chapman, therefore, was criticised for not factoring in figures that were not actually stated in your need case.
Well, I think anybody who read the need case would have been clear that we had assumed that airports that could not use London City would use an alternative aircraft. It was set out very, very clearly in Appendix D.
For sure. And in fact, that was a point that Dr. Chapman made. What he could not have known, because you have accepted that you didn't include anywhere, is the actual assessment that you made, and that you alighted on 95% displacement and 5% being priced off. So there's no way that Dr. Chapman could have used those figures in any of his assessment because they weren't given in your need case or in your proof or anywhere before the inquiry, were they?
Well, I think with respect, Mr. Hon, if I had read that document, I would have assumed 100% displacement. I'm holding my hand up and saying we didn't actually assume 100%, we assumed 95%. But reading the document, I think you would have come to the conclusion 100%.
So a couple of things there before we get to the rest of what you were talking about. First, it's right, isn't it, that the point of environmental impact assessment is so that all the analysis and the factors that have been taken into account and in what way they've been taken into account are made clear so that people do not have to assume what's been done in the analysis, isn't it? That's the point of EIA.
Yes.
And so it's no response or no credible response to say that it was for Dr. Chapman to assume anything about your analysis when the figures were not included within the EIA, was it?
I don't think that's correct. As I say, we've talked very clearly about journey time savings for passengers using alternative airports.
Yes, and he criticised the inconsistency between that and displacement in other ways not being taken into account. The second thing
I
that
haven't
you
actually finished.
well, you'd answered my question.
Yeah, but I'm giving the evidence.
Yes, but I'm asking the questions,
Yes,
and we are
but-
going to
but
take much longer than an hour and a half. If every time I ask a very specific question, Ms. Compton, you decide to give me the entirety of your evidence around a point.
I am allowed to answer the question and I am allowed to answer it fully.
You are allowed to answer the question that's asked. You aren't allowed to draw us back again to the whole of your evidence just because it's in the general topic.
I'm allowed to answer the question.
So do go ahead and answer the question.
If you put the question again, I'll answer it again.
Given the nature of what EIA is about, i.e. to prevent people from having to make assumptions, it is not right to criticise Dr. Chapman for not assuming the figures that you didn't give for displacement.
Effectively, what we said in the document was 100%.
Second, in your long answer to the first aspect of the question, you referred to various different types of displacement. And what you talked about with the inquiry in your examination in chief, when you're looking at aircraft displacement rather than travel displacement, you're looking at aircraft displacement, was that you again assumed that there might be 100% displacement because an aircraft that didn't fly from London City would fly somewhere in the world and would still be emitting emissions.
Yes.
So can we look at that in a bit of detail, please? Can we go, please, to CD 3.9.33?
Which is what document?
So that is from Professor Lee, his paper. Don't panic. This isn't a point about non-CO2 emissions, but I'm going to rely on a table that is very usefully put out in Dr. Lee's paper. So it's 3.9.33. Sorry, Professor Lee's paper. And if you go in the PDF, please, to page 10. And if you have a look at figure 6. This is global aviation and how it has grown from 2000 to 2018. And it's broken down into different colors and different elements. Ignore everything other than the CO2 emissions, because everybody agrees that those are at least relevant. So they're the sort of middle orangey band. And it's right, isn't it, that this shows that from 2000 to 2018, CO2 emissions grew over that period.
Yes,
And indeed, they grew because, well, let's put it like this. If you were correct that there's near 95% or 100% displacement, because it's reasonable to assume a plane will fly anyway, we wouldn't have seen any of that growth between 2000 and 2018, would we?
well, yes, because the global airline fleet was growing.
But that's the point. You can't assume 95 to 100% displacement and recognize that over the period that we're talking about, and when you have development, there's going to be encouragement for the global airline fleet to grow. Can you? Those two things are just inconsistent.
No.
The other way that you can put the point is that if you assume 100% displacement of aircraft, then you simply assume out of the equation a number of the negative impacts that accrue because of growth in air traffic and air travel, don't you?
No, there's a difference between the potential negative and potential real negative impacts globally from growth in aviation activity impacting on carbon, and a specific decision as to whether an individual airport should expand and what happens to the aircraft that might have flown to that airport that can't fly to that airport but still flies to another airport. They're two very different things.
Maybe we can take it like this. Let's look, please. You can put Professor Lee's paper away. Let's look at what WebTag says about things. So let's look again at INQ 13, page 11, that second bullet point.
So, I've got the mic.
Okay, are you there? Page 11, that second bullet point, we've looked at the bit in the middle. We've looked at where it's proportionate and possible to do so. These changes in emissions and associated levels of displacement should be considered in an appraisal if significant uncertainties exist and displacement cannot be quantified with reasonable levels of confidence. Either a qualitative assessment should be made or a quantitative assessment through a sensitivity test. Had you chosen to follow this element of the WebTag guidance, then we would have had either a quantitative or a qualitative assessment before the inquiry on displacement, wouldn't we?
Well, you do already because you have cost-benefit analysis with or without carbon.
Well, we don't, do we? Because as has become clear in this cross-examination, a number of the assumptions on displacement are entirely opaque within the EIA. And had you been clear and followed this WebTag approach, we wouldn't have been having a discussion about opaque displacement, would we? All the numbers would have been there clearly for everyone to see.
Mr. Holm, I don't accept they're opaque. They're entirely clear, except for that 5% factor price revenue.
Let's then look at carbon costs. So let's look at what you did make clear within the need case. That's CD 1.60. I'm going to be looking at it as a PDF. And in the PDF, can we go to page 90?
You give me the page number because I'm working.
85. Page 85 in hard, page 90 in the PDF. This is your table 6.8.
Yes.
Now, I'm going to take this carefully because it may be that you and Dr. Chapman will need to go away and discuss whether what we think has happened has happened. But I'm at least going to see what we can do in cross-examination. So the first thing that we see there, your table 6.8, you've got the third entry from the bottom, carbon costs minus £167 million.
Yes.
We see that in your table. Okay. If we look at Dr. Chapman's rebuttal on page 5, and the reason the two documents are open together is because we see where the numbers come from. On his page 5, under climate impacts notes, in the middle of the table, we see traded carbon costs as per appellant excludes arrivals, non-CO2, just ignore what he says is incorrect. And we see that 167 number there.
Yes.
Now, as I understand it, what Dr. Chapman did was he took the jet zero costs, i.e. not the Bayes Desnes figures, the higher figures, but the jet zero costs, the ETS-based costs, and he recalculated and came out with that £167 million figure, which is why he understood that in your table, when you said carbon costs minus 167, that you weren't looking at the Bayes Desnes figures, you were looking at the jet zero figures. Is it possible that you might just have taken the wrong figures when you meant to take the base figures, but you took the smaller figures?
I don't believe that's the case. Since we've seen Dr. Chapman's evidence, we've double checked several times.
Okay. Well, we can still have a discussion outside of the inquiry, but it's very clear you don't think that's what's happened. We'll see whether there's any other explanation. One thing that we can say about this figure, though, the 176 figure, and that he reflects in his notes on this table, that excludes arrivals, doesn't it? That's outbound flights only.
It does, because obviously the arrival flight change happened after indeed my rebuttal had been submitted. So that was very up to date. I think it was submitted about 1 day before technically the inquiry opened.
That's very fair of you. I mean, you accept that if this calculation were being done now and you chose to follow what WebTag said, that arriving and departing would both be included.
Yes, but that is the case.
Finally, I should never say finally, should I? Moving on to another question. If you take up the WebTag guidance again, please. We've looked together at the extent of the changes to that 3.33, the new guidance that's come in on greenhouse gas impact monetization. And it's right, isn't it, to take from that certainly under the WebTag process, there's now more concern and more guidance about how to do that type of assessment, isn't there?
There's more guidance. I think they've helpfully clarified that you only account for the net difference in cost, which I think was implicit in the earlier version. It's now explicit. Similarly, they've added that very clear statement about displacement.
Yes. I want to ask you about all of that in light of MBU. So can we look, please, at MBU CD 3.5.3?
Second, shorter.
CD 3.5.3.
My laptop's playing up this afternoon, so not telling me all the documents it's got open, so let me go to it on the inquiry website. Sorry, we should want.
Yes.
3.5.2.
3.5.3
Yeah, sorry.
is MBU.
Yeah.
And if you go in that to PDF page 6, physical
Yeah.
page 5, role of national policy, those paragraphs well looked at 1.11 and 1.12. 1.11, some environmental elements which should be considered at national level. At 1.12, the government explaining how they use the aviation strategy to ensure that the policy is compatible with the UK climate change commitments. I don't understand you to be saying that there's anything in these two paragraphs that prevent these inspectors from taking into account and weighing in the balance the monetized cost of greenhouse gas emissions, is there?
Well, I think there is, because what the government is saying is that when they made the making best use policy, they'd taken that cost calculation into account. Now, whether or not in the light of the changed web tag guidance, they're doing those recalculations and they're going to subsequently change policy, we're speculating. But I don't think anything in that web tag guidance or anything that's been said about the role of web tag in a planning application means that it overrules or trumps this position, until such time as the government have actually said, no, making best use, we've changed our mind, we've taken into account the cost of carbon, we've applied the latest web tag, and actually we think airports shouldn't be allowed to expand, or there should be some limitation on it. But we're not in that situation.
So that confuses me for a number of reasons. The first is, does that mean when you did your carbon calculation that we looked at in the need case, you did that on the basis that the inspectors would ignore it?
We thought it was helpful. We were aware that these issues had come up at other inquiries, and we thought it would be helpful to do what had been done at other inquiries and set out the information, no more, no less than that.
I mean, if you think there's a policy ban on the inspectors taking something into account, it's not helpful for you to provide it to them and then tell them to ignore it, is it?
Well, I think the policy test is set out in the Airports National Policy Statement, which is, would this development materially affect the ability of the government to meet its net zero target? And the answer to that, I think, is addressed in the paper from Dr. O'Sullivan.
And that's the second thing that confuses me, because it's very clear it's very clear to me that these paragraphs, 1.11, 1.12, and the AMPS, that this is talking about the extent of carbon emission impact. This document, no policy document, says anything about the economic impacts of carbon being something that should be dealt with only at national level. Is there?
I think, again, you need to look at the decisions and the recent planning decisions. And the most recent one, which came out from the department, I'm sure at the time when the web tag guidance was being updated, is the Luton 19 MPPA application. And that made clear what the department expected in terms of the assessment of the economic benefits. You know, by presenting the social cost benefit analysis for this application, we've gone well beyond what was in front of the inspectors there at the Luton inquiry, and indeed in front of the Secretary of State. We've presented it to be helpful. Maybe with hindsight, we shouldn't have presented it. You know, maybe that trap we've fallen into in trying to be helpful and do something that had been done at some other airport inquiries. But it's clear that it's not a requirement. It's not a material consideration. Monetization of carbon wasn't a factor in the Luton decision, which came out early October, if I remember rightly. As I say, when I'm fairly sure the department would have known what they were going to be putting in the new web tag guidance.
A few things there. First of all, it's right, isn't it? And this was the question I asked you, that there's nothing in these paragraphs that talks about the economic impact of aviation emissions. These paragraphs are all about the climate impact of aviation emissions, aren't they?
No. It doesn't say the climate impacts, it says the role of national policy.
Well, it does with respect So it says, paragraph 1.12, we should be using the aviation strategy to progress our wider policy towards tackling aviation carbon. However, to ensure our policy is compatible with the UK's climate change commitments, we've used the aviation model to look at the impacts of allowing airports to make best use of runway capacity. That's about carbon budgeting, isn't it? That's about the extent of emissions and the nature of their impact.
That paragraph is, but the paragraph above is about carbon emissions, which would include their economic costs.
So okay. Thank you for being clear about what you think MBU means. Maybe we can take it like this. Even where economic benefits or harms have a national element, they are regularly and thoroughly dealt with by inspectors at planning inquiries up and down the country, aren't they?
I can only speak for airport inquiries because I don't generally get involved in other sorts of inquiries.
And indeed, if there are national economic impacts to do with airport inquiries, those are regularly taken into account and dealt with by inspectors at planning inquiries, aren't they?
Well, most airports present their economic case in terms of their local footprint.
I think you understand the point that I'm asking you, Ms. Condon, which is that it is common within planning decision-making for local, regional, national economic benefits to be taken into account and weighed in the plan balance. If that's not a question for you, that's fine. We'll ask it to a different person. But given the analysis that we've just been going through, that's the question I'm asking.
I gave you my answer and I gave it briefly because I was aware of time and the chastisement you gave me earlier. In my experience and my advice to all clients when presenting the economic case for an airport is to focus on the local impacts, the place-based impacts, not the national impacts, because the government take into account the national impacts in setting the policy. So I was always say to my airport clients, don't go there with your UK level benefits, concentrate on where your footprint is. Clients often like to state their UK level benefits, but I'm very well aware then of the traps you fall into in terms of displacement. What we're talking about here is a development that has local benefits. It has local noise impacts as well, but it has local benefits. And the focus of this case is on those local impacts, not whether or not it would have a carbon impact nationally. It wouldn't have a carbon impact nationally because for the reasons I've said, the plane would fly somewhere else.
Can we look back, please, just very quickly at table 6.8 in CD 1.60? Just on this point of local and national. A few lines up from carbon costs, we see their air passenger duty, 12 million.
Yeah.
That's not a local impact, is it? That's a national impact. That's a beyond local impact.
It's true, yes.
Okay. So it is the case that some economic impacts beyond local impacts you consider to be relevant to the planning decision-making, don't you?
This was one of a series of measures. The majority of this case is focused on the direct, indirect and induced GVA and employment impacts locally, because that's the thing that really, really matters in the context of levelling up. This was presented as an additional bit of information consistent with what had been done at other planning inquiries.
You mentioned in your previous answer noise, which you accept is a local impact. So I take it from that you accept on the basis of MBU that policy would support taking into account the monetized noise impacts as part of the assessment.
NBU would support taking into account the noise impacts. NBU doesn't say anything about monetisation. Monetisation only arises if you're doing a full web tag appraisal, which we were not setting out to do.
Now, forgive me, Ms. Comden, but you can't have things both ways. Either you agree with me in relation to what we were just discussing under carbon impacts, that NBU says nothing about monetisation of these impacts, or you take a consistent approach, and when you say, well, that can address monetisation of carbon impacts too, then it can also address monetisation of noise impacts.
It could.
So, good. When we look again at your need case, please, CD 1.60, can we go into paragraph 6.53, which is on physical page 84, PDF page 89. This is where you set out the analysis considering a number of different impacts on socio-economic welfare. And you indeed characterize these as impacts on socio-economic welfare. And what we've just been looking at, air passenger duty, carbon costs, all of that's in that list, isn't it? Local noise impacts are capable of being social welfare impacts, aren't they?
Yes.
And it would have been open to you to include those noise welfare impacts in your analysis of the welfare social cost benefit, wouldn't it?
It would have been open to us to do so. We did not choose to do so.
But by choosing to exclude it, you chose to exclude a large negative impact, didn't you?
It's not perhaps as large a number as Dr. Chapman may believe, but I'll let Richard Greer deal.
Madam, with 3 minutes to go, I think if we're stopping at 5, this is a convenient point. Madam, can I just indicate I've got 1, 2 and a bit topics left. So I think on my estimate, I've got about 15 minutes left. With a fair wind in the morning, that should be fine. I may fall over by 5 minutes, so I might be 20 minutes. Fall over, figuratively.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll pause there for the cross-examination. Before we finish, we have got Karen Nicholson, I think. No, shake of the head. Okay, fine. We'll try again another day for her. So we'll reconvene tomorrow. So we'll do 9:30 if that's okay with parties. We have clawed back today, so it seems quite comfortable. So we'll kick off tomorrow again at 9:30. So if any procedural points to raise before.
I was going to raise, I'm going to say in the light of all that happened, that it will be safe for Mr. Thornley Taylor to arrive at 10 a.m. rather than 9:30. And I've also noted that on my copy, I don't know whether it's Miss or Mr. IC Wong is due to come tomorrow. I don't know whether that's still on the table. I will also add, if I may, that I have so far been within the estimates which have been given. I would hope likewise in the estimate that was given for the evidence in chief for Mr. Thornley Taylor, I'd say quarter of an hour. So.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. We had a nod from the programme officer that IC1 will be hearing tomorrow. I'm not sure when. We'll find out, but yes, we'll get that in. Okay, all right. Well, thank you everyone for your efforts today. You are going to have to isolate overnight, unfortunately, but thank you. So we'll adjourn for the evening and we'll reconvene tomorrow at 9:30. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.